as well. Any of the judges in the hallway?
Judge Madeira is online.
Oh, Judge Madeira's online. Okay.
Go the other way.
Oh,
In Zoom, sorry.
Yes, yes.
hi, everybody. Can you all hear me?
We can. Thanks for testing the audio.
Yeah. I don't know if, well, just, I guess, call upon me when you are ready. I'm understanding that Commissioner Hernandez is not going to be there today. And I've talked to the judges and the other individuals that were going to present. And so we would like to probably table this till Tuesday so we can present to the entire court. Does that work for you all?
That'd be fine.
It has not, I was going to say, I need to confer on the posting.
We can just table
Yes,
it.
we can table and I can post it today.
And you can post it.
Yeah,
Actually, if we just table it, we should be okay, right?
yeah.
Just table it to Tuesday.
I've got a couple others, Judge, whenever you're ready to just some
How
housekeeping.
much are we doing on Tuesday?
Pardon?
Well, we haven't even started.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll come right into it. Let's go ahead and call us into order. And today do we have a pastor here with us today? Yes, thank you. And I'd like for everybody to please rise for invocation. And if you would introduce yourself before, and then we will please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flags. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. I'm Robert Simmons. I'm the pastor of the Annabelle Baptist Church. Would you bow with me as we pray? Father, as we come before you this morning, we come knowing that you're the Almighty Lord God. You're our Creator. Lord, we thank you that you created us in your image to bring you glory. And I pray, Lord, in all that we do, we would do that. We want to serve you and honor you because you are the Almighty God. I thank you, Lord, for the week that we're celebrating, that you sent your Son to die for us on the cross, and, Lord, that he rose again. I pray, Lord, for this court this morning. I pray that your Spirit would be here. I pray that you would bring peace and unity, that you would give knowledge and wisdom. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
(8:35) this morning, and the date is April 13th, 2022. We are physically at 901 Leopard, Corpus Christi, Texas, Nueces County Courthouse. We're on the third floor, Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. I do note that a quorum is present, and however, I'll just go ahead and call the roll because we are missing somebody. Commissioner Hernandez is absent today. Commissioner Maris?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Chesney?
Here.
Myself. So all are present except for one, and therefore, again, as I said, as the presiding officer, I do certify a quorum is present. This time I'll ask for any announcements on disclosure of conflicts of interest on any items on this agenda. It should be declared at this time. Okay, seeing none submitted, we'll move straight to our safety briefing with Rebecca.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and
Good morning.
attendees. Our safety briefing for today, April 13th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium, past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom, and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the atrium area. Bleed control stations are on every floor. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participant for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on the LaPan Street side of the courthouse, and assemble in the parking lot across the street. It is important to stay together. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our guest sanitizer for the day will be Michael, and that concludes my safety briefing for today.
Grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move straight to public comment. I have 4 people signed up, and I'll just call them in the order of their sign-in. John McBride will go first. Good morning, Mr. McBride.
Good morning. Judge Canales, Commissioners, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm a rural resident of Nueces County. I'm also a member of the Animal Services Advisory Board, duly appointed by this very commission. Today I come to you as a tax-paying citizen. What I would like to speak about is the way agendas and information pertaining to this court is being handled. There seems to be a leak within this courtroom, and it's going out not just to department heads, but also to volunteers. On April 4th, information about this agenda or proposed items on this agenda was leaked out to said volunteer, who then led a social media campaign against every commissioner on this court. The only person that was not slurred was the Honorable Judge Canales. As a disabled veteran, I understand the rights of freedom of speech. I took the oath to always uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's an oath I still hold dear today. The entire purpose of this is to urge you to please be the smart, intelligent leaders that you all are. Protect your agenda, items coming up, proposed items coming up, with intense secrecy. Should you need to let a department head know something, that's fine. No issues. I know people need time to prepare. However, volunteers should not be privy to things about this court until that agenda is released. Thank you for your time this morning.
The next person we have is Miss Liz Miller.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, it's Liz Miller, and it's 5139 Tomahawk Drive, Robstown. Thank you for letting me speak today. Yeah, I just followed a giant. I hate to start your day off negative, but it's just required. Later today, the Nueces County Animal Services Advisory Board will present a recommendation about a proposed new $6 million facility. They will most definitely quote to you from the August 2020 assessment performed by Shelter Planners of America to support this, what I feel is ridiculous expenditure. The Nueces County Animal Services Advisory Board and the department have been in receipt of this assessment for nearly 2 years. Keeping that in mind, it makes this proposed $6 million structure a complete monument to their failures. In August 2020, Shelter Planners shared their industry knowledge for successful shelter management, adoption, and how to effectively address pet overpopulation. Shelter Planners stressed responsible social media and community education were crucial to success. Not once in the last 2 years has any of the wisdom or direction of Shelter Planners been an agenda item for the Animal Services Advisory Board. Not once. This board has not been remotely dedicated to a solution. And on page 8 of the assessment, Shelter Planners, as those who make a living building shelters, made it clear that no one can shelter their way out of the problem. The advisory board is here today to pull from that assessment only what will serve them and not the community as a whole. Good. They have had 2 years to use the pearls provided by Shelter Planners, and they have failed miserably. As to media, the only media listing our animals refers to our community as good old little Mexico while featuring our animals in shelter. That is the mentality of what you will hear today from the advisory board. The board will likely sensationalize that rural Nueces is projected to grow 51.7% in the next 20 years. It's only at 30,000 now, making a projected increase to 45,000 in 20 years. Neither number, in my opinion, justifies a $6 million expenditure. If we know anything about the city of Corpus Christi, it's that they annex. While population may grow, the service area of Nueces County Animal Services will shrink. Some have recently approached the city of Corpus Christi requesting annex. I think that was 2019. That makes this an opportune time to consider an interlocal agreement with Corpus Christi Animal Care. They are working hard to reduce intake, to change the current animal welfare culture, to reduce overpopulation, to serve their service area of 350,000 compared to our 30,000. They have the infrastructure and vision for the future that this advisory board and department can never build for you. The advisory board's agendas prove that they haven't even bothered to try, not even a little. Also, the Animal Services Advisory Board made a blind endorsement to the court December 11th to amend the animal control order. Since the amendment had to be fixed by another amendment, only to be fixed by another amendment, it is clear that they had no idea what they were endorsing, and I think that absolutely will apply again today in their recommendation to you on a new facility. They know not what they speak. Finally, and most importantly, our rescues are the heroes. They work all day, rescue all night. This one might make me tear up. One locally just received a recurring grant to vaccinate up to 1,000 animals, and they will not work with Nueces County Animal Services due to the hostile nature and climate. That means other communities have access to the resources that we do not. She's in Jag's area. Anyway, it disgusts me that Lisa Bockold is referred to as a great leader by this court, and not once have I heard our rescues praised. They are the precious resource, not the board.
Thank you
for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Pamela Smith.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Pamela Smith, and I represent the Broad Acres subdivision. We are located on the north side of County Road 624, near the intersection of County Road 73 and Robstown. In June of 2021, a group of approximately 25 residents from our subdivision met with Commissioner Hernandez and Director Pimentel concerning long-standing drainage issues. The lack of drainage has caused damage to property and homes multiple times over the years, and as a result of that meeting, the county agreed that they would clean our ditches and hire an engineer to study the feasibility of increasing the flow of water through the drainage conduit at the northeast corner of our subdivision. The ditches were cleaned for the first time in over 20 years and did a nice job. A month later, in July of 2021, I contacted my commissioner's office and was assured that Half & Associates had been contracted to do that engineering study. In February of 2022, I attended a Tri-County Drainage Project kickoff meeting and hoping to determine the status of our project. I discovered that there was no engineer contracted for our subdivision. I have since tried to resolve this issue through my commissioner's office and have received no response. For over a month, I have tried to resolve this with my commissioner's office. We, as a community, are at our wits' end. This issue has been going on for over 20 years, and people call in, but nothing ever happens. So we've tried to organize. But this has been just a perfect example of government that does not work for the people. So I have no place else to go. As we approach hurricane season, how many homes and property will suffer more loss due to this 10-month delay? So I am appealing to the court to please intervene and help us get the study we need and subsequent mitigation of our drainage issue. We don't see it as a big project, but big on cost to our homes and property. So please, please contact me. Someone contact me. My contact information is on the sign-in sheet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Finally, we have William Webb. And And I'll ask Connie to search online to see if there are any online.
I've asked in chat, no.
Mr. Webb?
Yes, my name is William Webb, and I live in the northeast corner of Broad Acres, and where the drainage just does not flow. There is not enough exit water, and it backs up into my house. It's been 10 times in the 22 years I've lived here. And I end up using a squeegee, pushing it, coming in the back door and pushing it out the front door, the water. And it needs another culvert, or it needs the culvert lowered where it is, because it only uses 3/4 of the culvert. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right. That is all I have for public comment, and I do want to just remind the audience that we do receive your comments. We don't engage back, but promise that we are listening, and there is always strong follow-up. So thank you. At this time, please look at your agenda, and we have some judges that have entered the room, but I am going to take one resolution because he's here, and then we'll proceed right to the judges that have come before us this morning. I'll be advancing their projects, their agenda items, I should say.
And Judge, I think Judge Maderi wanted to
Yes,
weigh in also.
yes. Belinda.
May it please the court? Whereas Joan Hazel Veith was born on July 27, 1931, in Houston, Texas, and grew up in Madisonville, Houston, and Corpus Christi. Whereas in 1977, she became a reserve peace officer for the Nueces County Sheriff's Office, going on to serve as a reserve peace officer for the Nueces County Constable Precinct 1, then working at the District Attorney's Office before returning to the Sheriff's Office in 1992, where she served until 1997. Whereas she was a tireless community activist working to better the lives of many, including being a strong advocate for the Corpus Christi Police Officers Association and Firefighters Association. Whereas she served in numerous organizations and on many boards, including the GI Forum Scholarship Committee, the Governor's Law Enforcement Advisory Council under Governor Ann Richards, the Flower Bluff Voluntary Firefighters, the State Board of American Federal, State, County, Municipal Employee Union, the Corpus Christi 90 Commission, and the Military Affairs Task Force for the Ingleside Base. Whereas she was the past president for the Women's Political Caucuses, as well as the Tejano Democrats, and past secretary, past vice president, and past president of the Mexican American Democrats, and LULAC's Sergeant at Arms. And whereas she additionally served her community as an election judge and precinct chair for over 30 years and was awarded the Precinct Chair Hall of Fame. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby honor the memory of Joan Hazel Veith for her lifetime of accomplishments and service to our community, and hereby encourages the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in offering condolences to the Veith family in this time of mourning.
Thank you. Motion, and I'll second. Bill, please come on up. I'm sorry.
Sorry about this. It was hard coming into this, the courthouse, sheriff's department. She was around so much here. Matter of fact, J.P. Luby, when she went back in '92, it was J.P. Luby that brought her back. Called her at the DA's office. They come over to my office, and she sat down, and he put paperwork in front of her, says, I need you to sign all this. You're now working for me. And she's the one that he hired to start up the courthouse security. She was the first deputy to run that. And I'm sorry about the emotions.
There's so many stories. There's so many stories about your mom, and she was a law enforcement officer's officer, if you know what I mean. She, her reputation was no nonsense, but she always had this joyous smile as if she were just in love with what she was doing every single moment that she was doing it. And we wanted to make certain that we had a resolution that would honor her. It was a privilege and honor to be at her memorial. And of course, with all the law enforcement support from both the CCPD as well as our Sheriff's Officers Association, I hope and pray that you are comforted by these incredible memories, but most importantly, just the impact that she made in this courthouse, and on so many different levels of policy and officials at the state level. She was highly regarded, and we wanted to make certain that we memorialize her incredible life and celebrate all of her accomplishments here in Commissioner's Court, where she was so many times.
Thank you.
Commissioners?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to add to the judge's comments. She was truly larger than life. She really was. She just was such a friend to all. She could get on you better than anybody I knew, as I'm sure you can probably attest to that. But she always did it with a loving, motherly approach, and never held anything personally. If you didn't agree, she just liked to express her opinions, and then she was just one of a kind. She crossed all lines. She got along with everybody. Republicans, Independents, Democrats, everybody. I mean, every race, every creed, every culture. She was just one of those people that just people love to be around. So certainly condolences to your family. I know, she's not suffering anymore, and I know she's in a better place. But that doesn't make it easy for those of you left behind. So condolences.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
On that note, now she can really tell y'all what to do.
Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the
And
truth?
not only with a hand, but with a fist. She used to use that fist, and her laugh will never be forgotten either. She might have been mad, but she was always laughing. So, God bless you and the family.
Yes, prayers, condolences, and here's to strong women paving the way for others. Thank you so much. All those in, yes, Commissioner?
Oh, no.
All those in, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have this resolution that Belinda's prepared. I believe we've all signed it. Is that correct, or do we need to sign, Kara? Okay.
I think it went that way.
It went that way.
It went towards you. I don't know where it ended up.
If you'll just give us a
Judge.
moment.
Maybe in here, Judge.
Right there.
Okay, just give us one moment. We'll bring this right to you. Give just John and I a chance to,
Once
John.
again, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless.
Probably have to wait, I guess, until Mr.
Okay.
Hernandez gets back.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move to Judge Maderi right now so that we can get her on her way. Thank you, John. That item, Judge, is item 1 on the regular agenda, I believe. Item 2 on the regular agenda. Judge Maderi, if you would unmute, you had a request.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my apologies. My iPad camera's not working, and my other computer's being used for the 347s because we're about to start court in 4 minutes. So I appreciate you all taking us now, so I can call everybody off. We have a presentation in regards to the mental health public defender's office for a grant for Texas Indigent Defense Commission. We're under the impression that Commissioner Hernandez is not there today. So we would like to table this until next Tuesday in order to be able to come in and present to all of the commissioners.
This doesn't jeopardize the deadline?
No, Commissioner, thanks for the question. We're up on a deadline. Our deadline's May 1st, but we've got people that are starting to write this grant so that if you give us the go-ahead, we will not miss the May 1st deadline. We're going to meet with the auditor's office or a day as soon as she gets us some more numbers as well. And then it's actually good because there's a lot of judges that are picking juries right now. So hopefully next Tuesday, more of them can come to the presentation. I've talked to TIDC, which is where the grant would be coming from. They were ready to stand by Zoom today as well. And so I'm going to just reschedule them for next Tuesday so we can make the entire presentation to you all
Well, I'd like to make a motion in support of this, take action now, and then we can listen to the presentation on Tuesday, and then we could just focus on just listening to the presentation, unless we need both.
I can second.
I want to approve that one, John.
Either.
I need to wait, so.
I don't think it's right to do it without the full court here, John. I really don't. That's why
Okay.
I've got several items that fall in that category.
I'm not trying to do anything against the full court.
A lot of questions.
My issue is the immediacy of it. Anytime the judges come for any kind of grant, we usually support it. But if y'all can't support that grant, then I definitely want to hear those concerns.
Just a lot of questions haven't been answered.
Okay. I thought this was
Okay.
non-controversial.
No, there's a
Okay.
lot of questions.
Not a problem. I retract my motion then.
Okay, so what we'll do is, I just need a little bit of information on the time. I don't know that I have seen the time for Tuesday's meeting.
9 a.m.
9 a.m. So for the judges, I'm going to go ahead and let you know in advance. See, that may
we're gonna
not
have
work.
to get into scheduling. So, I mean, you haven't asked me.
Okay.
You're setting a meeting without asking the full court.
I don't know either.
So, I mean, I would think the most natural thing is we have a Commissioners Court meeting set for next Wednesday at 5.
Okay.
Let's start an agenda at 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock on
That's fine.
Wednesday and just work our way through. I do not like, unless we totally necessarily have to, piecemeal meetings along throughout the week.
I've already had
Let's
one
do it all.
Wednesday.
Let's do it all at once. So,
No, we still work on it.
5 is our backstop on Wednesday for the gambling ordinance, and we can stack everything ahead of that, whatever it is, however much it is.
And John, I'd asked, I'll be honest, I'd asked the court manager to please look at setting a time as soon as possible to deal with the ME situation that happened yesterday. I felt like that's very much an urgent matter that needed to be resolved. I'm totally fine with putting that on Wednesday. I just thought I wanted to do it sooner than later because I think the community
If
needs
it's
it.
one item, I don't have a problem with it.
That's what the
Because
Tuesday was.
that's going to take, but we're starting to talk about stacking this and other stuff on. So
You want to move that to?
I'd like to move that closer to Wednesday.
That's
I mean,
fine.
because I think that's going to take us probably some time to discuss. And I agree, the sooner the better on the MA thing, because
Yeah, one item is good.
we need to respond to that.
But I am totally fine with.
I agree.
Because I've got several other items, since Commissioner Hernandez isn't here, under the same premise, that I wanted to move till another time that he could be here. So if Wednesday's better for you, I'll make it work. It's fine with me.
Tuesday's fine if it's
No, no.
standalone, but it's just like, we're going to add to Tuesday, and then we're going to have
Fine.
Wednesday, and then it's going to be something there, and it's just.
I respect that. I appreciate that. I think if we want to leave Tuesday for the ME only, I think you're right. That's going to take some time. And then start at 1 o'clock on Wednesday and let the judges go first.
Yeah.
So that they can make their
However that
presentation and everybody can go.
I mean, if we can promise that that's the only thing for Tuesday, I mean, I wouldn't mind adding that as well.
I'm okay.
But it's just, I worry then that there's a lot of little things that we may need to add on before our next meeting, and it's just like, when do we stop, right?
No, I've got several things, and if you'd rather put them on Wednesday,
I would think that would work best.
or
But once
some
again,
of
let's
the ones
ask
that I
the
can
entire
table might
board.
even be able to table to the 27th if everybody's okay with it. I'm
Okay, I'm going to make the motion that, for clarity, that we table item number 2 on the regular agenda, that's 3A2 for the clerk, to be determined by the court manager after she has consulted with all of us, but to have it positioned at a meeting no later than Wednesday at 5 p.m. And that way we cover all bases and we have all discussion with all commissioners.
And this also
And that should
goes
set.
with consent agenda item I, is that right? Or are those separate items?
I believe you're right about that.
Well, if you're okay, Judge, can we just, while we're on this, there's several that I wanted to put, so I kind of need some input from everybody on if.
Give me just a second
Yes, ma'am.
to answer John's
Is that
question.
the
That
same
is
item?
correct, Kara.
Which one is?
We would also be tabling item I, so let's take that first. So first, let's take 3A2, motion to table is on the table. May I have a second?
And Judge, what did you say the time would be on that? I'm sorry.
I said that she is going to work with us, but it will be no later than Wednesday at 5 p.m. That way it gives her optionality to see whether Tuesday or Wednesday works better for all of us, but we're agreeing that it's no later than Wednesday at 5 p.m.
That's fine.
That's the motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The same applies to item I on the consent agenda. It was a resolution in support of the grant. Of course.
That's my agenda item.
Okay, go ahead.
That one is the TIDC grant that was already approved years ago.
Oh, thank you.
So that resolution is just to do the renewal that
Not-
we're already
not
under
for-
contract for.
Not for the,
It's not
this
for the
one.
new one, no, I have not put the resolution for the new grant
Wonderful.
on the,
Then
on the agenda yet.
we will not have to worry about the I. Then we'll
Yes.
leave that one alone.
Yes.
That one stands.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, what I'm going to do is call Judge Rodriguez.
Did we vote on that, Judge?
We did?
Oh, I'm
No,
sorry. We did? Okay. just
We
making
did.
sure. And then do you,
we did. And
Hey,
so,
Judge Canales, can I
Yes.
get in just for 2 seconds, because I got to let the judges know. Can you, and TIDC, when will I know what time you want us to present
think-
on?
Ide is working with us all. By lunch, we'll be able to figure that out. She just needs to consult with everybody up here on the calendar.
and Commissioner Hernandez isn't here either, so you're going to have to figure out how to get with him, so.
Okay, so I guess Ade will
Quickly.
let me know so I can let everyone else know
She
when
will.
we're supposed to.
She will. She will let you know very quickly, as quickly
Okay,
as
I
she can.
appreciate it. I'm going to jump off now. Thank you all and have a great day.
Judge, could,
Yes, go ahead.
I was just, because like, the other one that I think we really should table is or a couple of them, but one is the public information officer, because I don't think we should hire someone without the full court. So I know that one's coming up at 1 o'clock, so I didn't want to not get to that one to at least discuss tabling that one too until we have a full court. That's not certainly an urgent, in any manner to urgently hire them today. So we could either do that as a regular, I just want some input from the court, we can do that. back on
Well,
the-
my concern is, and maybe we can hold on that, and maybe just bring it back after we bring Julie, but we have 4 interviews. We've let 4 people know who have jobs that they've had to cancel something so they could be available for these interviews.
Right, but-
And there might be situations in the future where a commissioner, as long as we have a quorum,
I'm not,
you
I'm
know.
just telling you, I'm not supporting ever hiring anyone on this court with some member of the court not being here.
I
I've
don't.
never supported, I'll vote no.
I understand
to do it
that. I'm just
sometime.
letting you know that's a huge inconvenience to the interviewers.
Judge, that's why I'm trying to do it now, so they can be called and told that we're going to need to do this, because we have a commissioner that's ill. And so I think they will understand that a commissioner who is ill and can't be with us today, that we need to reschedule. So I'm going to make a motion to table that. I'm asking for input on when the court would like to do that.
I
so
mean,
that we
Commissioner,
can-
I don't have a schedule. I mean, we're going to have to hold on that again. We can just say, subject to discussion with the court manager and Julie Guerra
Or we can just put
on
it
the
on the 20
availability of all those
Or we can just put
applicants.
it on the 27th, or that's why I'm trying to get input, how the court would prefer to move on this is, do you want to try to do it next week with the same kind of motion you made, or would the court prefer to do it on the 27th because it's not urgent? I'm asking for that input before we
Yeah,
make a motion.
I think how about
And-
just subject to discussion with the court manager and Julie Guerra with regards to the applicants. She'll just get with us, just table to the earliest possible time and most convenient for all Commissioner Court members. How's that?
I don't know what that means, though.
It means I don't know what the dates are until we get HR, IDA.
We just tabled it, period.
I'm tabling it until we can have a mutuality of understanding, but it will be at the earliest possible time.
Okay, so then I will, if that's not too, if that's specific enough of a motion, then I'll make that motion to table based on what the judge
All
said, so
right.
that you can notify those
Second.
folks.
All right, motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
All right. I've got
Aye.
a couple others, but I'll let you get to the judges. I just wanted to not leave
Okay.
those people hanging too long.
All right, I need IDA to please let Julie know right now. Okay, now I'd like to call the judges that are here with us. Thelma Rodriguez, Judge Thelma Rodriguez, she's the presiding judge of the JPs, along with Judge Joe Benavides. This is items number 10 and 11, and they pertain to ERAP. And let me just, for the purposes of the clerk, Madam Clerk, it's discussed and considered the distribution of county emergency rental assistance to program to include eligible households within the city of Corpus Christi. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having us this morning. I understand that there's monies available with the county, and we're here to accept the monies if possible. We do still have a lot of evictions, landlords and tenants that need this as assistance. Currently, all of the portals are closed, so anytime that a case comes before us, all the cases that need assistance, we're unable to refer them to any programs because all of the portals are closed. So if these monies are available, we will definitely accept those so that we can let our landlords and tenants both know that it is available to them.
Can I?
Thank you.
Judge, are you saying that you want the money for the JPs, but it's not for the city, or the JPs can use it as they want to use it, or how's that? Because we have a deal here, I guess it was for the city, but, I mean, I don't know how y'all, I mean, I agree with you. If the JPs can use it, you know, that's great. I mean, why give it to the city or go work with the city? I think it should be in the JP's domain so they can actually work with those people that really need it, you know, not be selective, right? I mean, they come to you because they're in dire need.
Correct.
So, but I don't understand how I mean, this is not a connection. You're not connected with the city program, right? You just want the money that we have now?
I honestly don't know. This was just brought to our attention yesterday and was asked to be here today and just stress the importance of the need of these monies to both our landlords and tenants. And
But I agree with your concept, man. It's great. I mean, I really do that with the JPs.
I know you know, Commissioner.
Because I know you're going to get these people, and you know, there's a lot of them out there that are still here, that, you know, that need help, and you know, they've been evicted and all this other stuff. But I'd rather deal with our JPs having to deal with the indigent and those that need the help. I'd rather just try to work with the city, and then we still got to do the work anyway. So I'd rather, you know, I don't know, Dave, what's the...
Commissioner, may I ask Natalie to come up? She can explain.
Sure,
She's right in the back.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Natalie, would you just remind everybody a little bit about where these monies come from? And also, I happen to have it here on the backup. It's the amount of money is $853,728, and these funds would expire in 2025 if they, September 30th, 2025, if they're not used. And then they could also tell us about, we have an email from the city that basically states that they do not object to this. Go ahead,
Correct.
Natalie.
Correct. The money comes down from the Treasury, and we were given an allocation for ERA 1 and ERA 2. And I think right now, between both of them combined, we do still have about $900,000 left to use. And we've gotten the okay from the Treasury that we can open it up to city applicants because there is just a very small need within Nueces County. Not that we're not helping people within Nueces County. There's just not enough of a need to spend down that amount of money in the time frame that we have. And so that's why today we were considering opening up to city applicants.
And when you say city applicants, it means people that come into the JP's office, right?
They can come in through the JP's office. There's an online system also that they can apply through. And once we can open that back up, I know there's already 400, if I'm correct, 400 applicants waiting in the queue that are city applicants.
It's zip code driven, Commissioner. So
Yes.
here's the thing, if their zip code is inside the jurisdiction of the city, they went to the city's money first. And then if it was a county zip code, then it went to us. We have money left, city has no money.
The city has no money?
And
They
these
have
people
no
are all
money.
they're all in Nueces County.
That's
We're all
correct.
trying to help everybody.
We're just trying to help everybody.
Exactly.
But I just
And I
wanna
think
make
the
sure
city ran out a
JPs
few months
take care of
ago.
their people. That's what I want to
That's,
Well, but they don't have to apply to the JPs. They can apply.
they can
wherever.
be anything, but you're gonna see the most help. I mean, you're seeing the need, Judge.
Okay, large majority are done in the JP courtroom, as you know, Commissioner. So there's no, is it the JP? These are indigent also, large majority, and relief for the landlords. So I hope you all vote for this because it is really in need. And as Natalie said, there's over 400 in the queue. These are people that are being evicted, but they applied, and they're just waiting to get this money approved. And they're indigent. They're all large majority. Corpus Christi, County of Nueces. It's Nueces County. So I hopefully you all think about this, and we do need it. The landlords need it. The citizens need it of Nueces County.
Thank
But
you,
I
Judge.
appreciate, County Judge, what you're doing and the commissioners.
So it's just going to affect both the landlord and the
Yes, sir.
tenant.
Motion to pass, Judge.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then item number 11.
Thank you so much.
Item number 11 is related.
Thank you.
This is how we actually get it done, which is a work authorization related to emergency rental assistance with Haggerty Consulting, providing for the increase in not to exceed and time extension. And Natalie, if you would also help us through this one. This work authorization is basically, so both the city and the county hired Haggerty to administer ERAP. So once we say, okay, we'll take the city people, they're the ones that actually work with the process and the portal and the software.
Judge,
And so-
this was one of mine on my list to table. I'm not comfortable right now doing this one because I've got a lot of questions on Haggerty that we haven't discussed yet. Still waiting to hear back from Jenny on legal issues, so this was one that I was going to attempt to table as well.
May I at least tell you that you can't have past 10 without 11. It goes hand in hand. People will not get any help. Haggerty Consulting is the city's consultant, so they are the ones that have captured all of these. The grant itself pays for their administrative fees, and all we need is a work authorization.
But they can go online and go through the
No,
process
sir.
now. They have, wait a minute, hold on. You're telling me that these people have to use Haggerty
Yes.
to do this? Natalie?
The
Yes.
online program was built by Haggerty, the software was, and so when somebody applies online, the application goes to Haggerty first for approval, and then it's passed on to my queue for
Yes,
approval.
and just so you know, it's a complicated process, and the software is proprietary, and it's very important that we create that consistency. Again, this is the dollars that ERAP has, helps pay for this. They help jurisdictions all over the country with ERAP. Again, both the city and the county have, this is how we've done all of our applications for the past, I don't know, how many months, Natalie?
So why wouldn't the JPs be able to do that, Natalie? They're already doing it already on evictions. So why won't they be able to, the individual case by case, send it to you and said, we need the money? And they were doing that before. So why can't they continue doing that? I mean, they're the ones that are going to determine, really shouldn't be Haggerty, it's the judges. The judges are going to be the one to determine whether these people need the money or not.
I'm sure for the JPs, we could work out something with that. The problem is that with COVID, there was a bunch of different programs that came down. And the one that went to the JPs was a different one that was ran by the state, and the JPs could refer people to there to apply for the money, which is separate pot of money from ERAP 1 and ERAP 2.
Yeah, that's correct. That was the Texas Assistance Eviction Program, completely different. Just so you know, this one comes from Treasury.
Yes.
And is very onerous. The city of Corpus Christi did not have the staff in order to run this program,
So they hired Haggerty.
nor did we. And so we hired the experts who were helping
I don't think
jurisdictions.
they want any part of it. The city doesn't want any part of it right now, but anyway.
No, the
that's
city
why-
doesn't have any money.
That's why we're here. Well, that's not having money, but they don't want to even get involved with it. But the thing is, I just think that we need to think this out. I think we need, the JPs to me, or the experts on the evictions, the experts on the need. And I think we need to look at this thing and see how can we work this thing out.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I
Commissioner,
table. I move to table.
I just want you to know, if we table it, we should table it till Tuesday or Wednesday.
I'm fine with that, Judge.
Every day.
I'd just like some, I need to
I'd like to
understand
get
this
you,
more.
yeah,
I'm fine with
some
that.
more backup,
I
because
just need some more time.
I really do think that, again, this is how we've been helping people this whole time.
I understand.
And that's
I
fair.
mean,
that's a fair
the
request, and
JPs
I'm-
just do not have the ability to do this, and once you see it.
Can we get
I mean-
Natalie or Ida or both of you to put something together?
Yes,
Get
I
us
was
a-
going to say, I could
get
work
us a
with
fact
IDA and
sheet,
get something put
Get us
together
something that
before
very
next
much
week.
explains, this is what the
Every
city
piece of it.
did or cannot do any longer. They also went in with Haggerty, just to explain to us that it's not, I mean, I think what I'm getting a sense of is a sensitivity to using consultants all the time, and do we need them, right? That may be where I think, where some of these voices are going. And so I have those concerns too. So
Certainly.
we can get something very simple, black and white, that everyone can understand. There's no way to misinterpret it. Just the facts, ma'am, and then we can go from there. I think that
Absolutely.
would help us all out. So.
Absolutely. And we'll get
Thank
that to you before Tuesday.
I would suggest maybe this one be the Wednesday, because we're trying to keep
That-
Tuesday clean.
That's fine.
but if we can-
However it works out. I just want to point out to you that without this work authorization,
It's fair, Judge.
people they won't even be able to answer the phone. I would like to see, would you be amenable to at least allowing a work authorization that just answers the phone, so that people don't get, it's very disheartening for me to be able to say, we can help you, but we're not even there to help you. We have we have coverage until today. I mean, I think that that's really important to have some work authorization just to be able to answer phones.
Can you refer them to the JP?
No, because again, the JP has no knowledge about this. I mean, forgive me, Judge Rodriguez, do you have any background on this particular Treasury, program? I mean, this is highly complex. I love the government, federal government. They give you a lot of money, but you know what? They also give you a lot of rules, a lot of compliance.
But I'm
And a
not
lot
saying
of,
that she would know about it, Judge. I'm just saying that she would know where there's a need, and she can send it to Natalie, you know?
it doesn't work that way. It's super complex. It really is. And just so you know, we've had those signs down at the courthouse all day. Again, let's just bring it back on Wednesday, but I just wanted you to help address whether or not you have the ability to.
No, we do not have the ability to do that. All we do is when they come before us and we hear an eviction, we refer those either tenant or landlord to the program. We give them that information and they go to them. But the only problem that we have right now is when we refer them, there is no one there to help them because the portals are closed. And again, there's no assistance to give to them. So we do need that. But we have no knowledge on how to do that.
And there's so many parts of eligibility.
Correct.
And in fact, just so you know, it was Haggerty who went to Treasury on our behalf to make certain that ERAP 2 money could be used by the county for the city residents. It's just so you know. So when we help, hopefully, as many people that are in line as possible, it will be because the county made those overtures.
Correct.
And Natalie, you don't have any ability in your office to handle this either, do you?
No.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see you on Wednesday. Okay, can you, motion, Kara, would be on item number 11 to Wednesday. And kind of keep tabs a day, what we put on Tuesday, what we put on Wednesday, so that we
And I'm
don't.
going to try to abide by what the court said. There's
Overload.
nothing on Tuesday and everything on
Oh, is that what we
Wednesday.
said?
That's
All
what-
right, well, that's
what I-
fine.
That's what I heard, just to try to do that.
Unless there's something,
Right.
yeah.
That's what I'm trying to
Unless
do with
there's
these
some
other ones that
deadline.
I've got.
Okay, a day. Looks like we're ordering pizza on Wednesday. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye, I did.
Aye.
I second.
The motion, you got it?
I got it.
Kara? Okay. Also, in an effort to help here this morning with state agency folks, the General Land Office has requested the presence of Mr. Scott Cross, and therefore, item number 17 for your review. Scott, come on up.
Judge, could I do a couple of tables real quick? Do you mind?
Okay, go ahead.
I
Scott,
was-
just go ahead and approach, but please hold. Commissioner Chesney?
Thank you. Agenda item A1, to motion to table that until April 27th.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, is there any others?
Yes, ma'am. Item E1, the grants administrator, I need to get some input from the court as to how you want to do that one, because we don't have, that one got put on but needs to be tabled. So I just need to know what the court wants to do on that one.
All right, how about,
27th, like a regular meeting?
all
or-
right,
or is that okay?
motion.
No, I'm asking, is that okay
Oh.
with everybody?
well, why don't we just do it, and then again,
I'll put it-
contingent upon it being mutually convenient to all commissioners.
And, right, because I know,
That's a 2-hour block, most likely.
right, so no later than, I'll say, we'll do your language, no
I like
later
that.
than April 27th.
I
and
like
then-
that.
Okay, table that one.
I'll second that one. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is there another one, Commissioner?
Let me see, hold on.
You can always
I think
bring it
that
back.
was it.
Is the PIO staying today, or did we vote?
We tabled that one.
We already did pull that, okay.
Right, and then, Jenny had mentioned item P. There were some issues that needed to be resolved there, and that one needs to be tabled, and again.
Which
I
is this
guess-
one?
I'm sorry, it's consent agenda P, and
Oh, consent agenda P.
there's some issues there, so I would just, move that to the 27th, Jenny? That's not urgent? Or is it urgent?
Well, may I
Sorry, go ahead.
ask, that's a Scott Cross item, and is there an issue there?
It's Jenny.
The contract contains items that should not be in it. We have to correct those. I believe
Can I-
Michael Robinson has cross-referenced with Scott to make sure that that is acceptable.
Okay, so we can do subject to the county attorney approving the contract?
Yes.
Alrighty.
So do you want to table, or do you want to do it subject to?
I'll just,
Because she'd asked me to table.
I'll
I was
just do subject to, that way we can, you guys work it out, but You don't have to bring it back. This is an effort to get items moving, right?
Right, so we're.
Subject to.
We're in agreement with the concepts, the
We are.
funding is there, it's just a contractual language? Okay.
That's
So then I would
fine.
move
Okay.
passage subject to the county
Yeah, let's do
attorney's-
that one,
Second.
let's do
Oh.
that one first, right? And we've got a
Sorry, however you want to do it.
a motion, well, he's right here, so let's do it.
What's consent? I don't think he was going to talk on this one, was he?
Oh, well, that's right, it's on the consent.
Right.
Okay, sorry, but we've got, he's giving us the thumbs up that that's fine.
Okay, so then I would move that this be passed, subject to the county attorney's approval on the contract language that
second.
needs to be done.
Okay, there, you've got multiple seconds. That was Commissioner Chesney and Gonzalez with a second.
Either one.
I'll take.
Pick your second.
I heard Gonzalez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And
Thank you, Judge, I appreciate it.
funding source on that is CJ 21 for the notes. CJCO 21, I should say. Forgive me, Dale. CJCO 21. That's county judges.
And then, I guess, Judge, I always forget this, do we need to table the items in the executive session that are applicable to the
I always
agenda
like to do
item?
that.
Then I need to go back and table.
That's item B
it's-
and
it's-
item A.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll take that as another motion. We're going to be tabling item A and item B from executive session.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. And
Aye.
Kara, they have the corresponding dates that we made earlier.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Scott Cross, item number 17 is yours to get you on your way to the land office. This is considering the submission of a pre-application to National Fish and Wildlife Foundation for up to $10 million to assist with construction of a living breakwater and oyster reef seeding to improve water quality in Corpus Christi Bay. And free money?
Free money. The match that we have out there is basically $30 million in kind and $1 million cash. That match is made up of mainly the Ed Rochelle Foundation and the Port of Corpus Christi. So there's no match required for this application. But the beauty of this is our match, if we get 10 million, we're already a 3-to-1 match, which is very high. So it should put us in position to score really high. And so this consists of, like you said, the breakwater, the riprap material that you would see on a breakwater, the sediment behind the breakwater, and then the seeding of the oysters that is being done through the research facility that the Ed Rochelle Foundation is building in Palacios. And so we do the pre-application. Natalie and I are jumping through hoops to get this done. I needed to ask her for some help because most of the heavy lifting has been done with all the engineering by Mont McDonald and the analysis and geotechnical work. So that helps us a lot to be successful. If it hadn't been for that groundwork that's already done, this would be a real hard thing to get done by the 21st. So we just found out about it last Thursday. Usually I like to work on these things months out, and it's going to be extremely competitive. So I don't want to, get anybody's hopes up too high. We feel comfortable, but we're competing against all the Great Lakes, the East Coast, the West Coast, and all of the Gulf Coast for these funds. There's $140 million they have to give out, and we're going to go ask for up to $10 million. But we do the pre-application, and if they like what they see in the pre-application, then we'll get called back for the full-blown application at the end of May. So it's a real quick turnaround.
Okay.
And then, again, let's stress the word no match.
No match.
No financial match.
No match.
And obviously, if we get it, that's unbelievable. If we don't, then we don't.
0 is a
Right.
good match.
So motion to pass.
Okay, motion to pass.
Thank y'all. I've got to go.
I'm sorry, Scott, is there a second?
Motion to apply.
I'll second.
Sorry.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And I appreciate that. I asked the judge to move this up because the GLO is having a CMP workshop for additional potential funds like we got for Packery with maybe no match, and I'm going to go try to see what I can do about getting some more money for the pier.
We like more agenda items like that.
So-
Thank you, Scott.
So thank y'all. Bye.
Thank you so much. Goodbye. There was nothing else, right, for Scott, guys, just before he leaves?
I don't
Nothing
think so.
else? Okay. All right. We're moving along back in regular order. G2, Belinda. Oops, lost Belinda. We can text her. I'll move on to approving the minutes. It's I,
So
so we
moved.
can get Belinda back in here. Is there anyone here representing the housing industry for Fair Housing Month? Okay, could you be so nice as to text her? I've got a motion for the minutes, and I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Belinda, we were going to move to G2, recognition of the month of April as being Fair Housing Month.
Whereas Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, as amended, prohibits discrimination in housing and declares it a national policy to provide within constitutional limits for fair housing in the United States, and whereas the principle of fair housing is not only national law and national policy, but a fundamental human concept and entitlement for all Americans, and whereas the National Fair Housing Law provides an opportunity for all Americans to recognize that complete success in the goal of equal housing opportunity can only be accomplished with the help and cooperation of all Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court hereby proclaims May as Fair Housing Month in Nueces County, and do hereby urge all citizens of this locality to become aware of and support the fair housing law.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Anyone here to speak on this?
This was actually brought forth by Natalie, and I think she already
left. Okay. And do we have it circulating right now? Okay. It's coming around. Oh, you've got it. Okay. Just pass it up. All right. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. So we'll move on to Louis right now. Louis Ray, Emergency Management Coordinator, to give our general information report. I notice we also have Melissa Huffman on. Welcome, Melissa, from the National Weather Service. Louis, I'll let you proceed.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Good morning, Coordinator, everyone. All right, so I wanted to bring you up to speed on some things that we're doing in the EOC. And before I get into discussing some issues with wildfire, I know that's an agenda item, so what I'm going to do is just talk about.
Do you want to advance that one, Judge, so we can do that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, so it's all.
What I'll do for the clerk is that way it's comprehensive. You do go ahead and continue the way you were, Louis, but then feel free to go right into wildfires, which is listed as item number 19. It's just an update, Kara, on wildfire and wildfire conditions, and that way Melissa can, also assist. So it's all comprehensive, but take it the way you'd like.
Thank you. All right, so our 30-day outlook for the EOC, what we've been doing over the last 30 days and 30 days forward. So what we've done is we've participated in preparing ourselves for the hurricane conference that's coming up in May. And then there's the Texas conference, emergency management conference that's coming up toward the end of May, the early part of June. So I'll be participating in that. And then under 30 days, we also been doing a communication exercise, which is something that we always need to do as every emergency that comes out, every after action review, every exercise that we've done, communication has been stressed as a big part of that needs to be worked on. And we have some communication equipment that we do need training on. So we're doing that on a weekly basis. We're still updating our emergency support functions, a part of our emergency plan. Right now, we've completed all but 2 of our emergency support functions. We anticipate getting that completed by next week. And then, Judge, we'll bring it to you for signatures. Our community engagements over the last month, we participated in the Red Cross full-scale exercise. We are going to participate in a safe digging seminar that's being held by the LEPC. And then we're going to participate in the National Weather Service and the City of Corpus Christi Emergency Management Town Hall that's going to happen on the 10th of May. Some information on COVID-19. So everyone's tracking that there is recommendation from the CDC to have an additional booster for those over 50 or who have extenuating conditions. The current COVID number for Nueces County is 1.89%. That's the positivity rate. 56% of our residents have had one dose, and 67% of our residents have 2 doses, and then we have 40% of our residents that have received the booster. All right, so the state of Texas has reached its goal, its threshold of 7.2 million for the use of the fire management acceptance grant. This grant is for recouping. This grant is used for recouping recovery efforts for the wildfires that we're going through this season. And at that note, we'll talk about wildfires for this season. So I'm going to turn it over to the National Weather Service, Melissa McGill, to give us a long-range view of the weather. And then after that, I will bring forward Chief Hilton and Chief Zapata, one's from Andersville and one's from Robstown, to talk about the fire season that we're going through right now.
Melissa, welcome.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Louie. I am going to attempt to share my screen here. I do have just a few visual aids to give folks a sense of what forecast conditions are in Nueces County as we go through the next few months. I am the warning coordination meteorologist with the National Weather Service office here. For any kind of conditions within Nueces County, you can always access that by visiting weather.gov/CRP. But to really kind of provide an overview on our current conditions and forecast conditions within the county, moderate to severe drought is occurring across Nueces County right now. So, we've seen increased wildfire activity over the past few weeks, and that's really been supported by the drought conditions we've been experiencing. Now, this drought is forecast to persist through at least June of this year, and it's very likely that we see worsening drought conditions before we see any kind of improvement. Now, we're going to take a look at some of the forecast as we go through the remainder of this late spring, early summer season. But above normal temperatures and below normal precipitation are forecast to continue for April, May, and June, and that's going to result in periods of elevated to significant wildfire risk in Nueces County. Just to give you a sense of how dry things are, this is a precipitation departure map for Nueces County, and everything looks yellow, and that yellow represents that over the past 60 days, Nueces County is 2 to 4 inches below normal for rainfall. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to see some rain as we go through the next few days. We actually do have some light rain in the forecast, but it's less than 1/10 of an inch, and that's not going to be enough to offset the drought conditions that we're currently experiencing in Nueces County. So that light green there, that's that forecast for less than 1/10 of an inch. Now, taking a look at the forecast going forward as we head into later portions of April, and then we'll also take a look at May and June, we are going to see a series of cold fronts moving across Nueces County. That'll give us some below normal temperatures, but when I say below normal, I'm talking about below highs in the 80 to 85 degree range and below lows in the 60 to 70 degree range. So it's just going to feel colder than seasonal. We're not seeing a really strong signal for above or below normal either way in Nueces County, so near normal precipitation. But again, because we're several inches below normal so far, we need a lot of rain to really offset our current drought conditions. Now, as we head into late portions of April, so this is April 19th through April 25th, we still see that below normal trend continue. We still see near normal precipitation forecasts. Again, this is really through the next 14 days, but we don't have enough rain in the forecast right now to really offset any of our current drought conditions. So we'll probably see a few sprinkles, but again, not enough to make a dent in our drought. And then as we head into later portions of April, beginning of May, we really see a warm and dry signal, so above normal temperatures, below normal precipitation, and that really continues as we head into the beginning of June as well. So for reference, I do have April, May, and June normals in there since that's what these maps refer to. But again, above normal temperatures forecast, below normal precipitation, that'll only contribute to drought conditions. Taking a look at our current drought conditions, you can see Nueces County on here. The pale orange represents moderate drought. The darker orange represents severe drought. So we do have that moderate to severe drought across Nueces County. That's resulting in poor pasture conditions. That's creating really hard soils. That'll affect our crop yields. That also increases our wildfire danger and then also increases our well water use. So again, it does look like this drought is forecast to persist into the beginning of summer. So this brown area that you see on here, that's basically from our drought center based out of the University of Nebraska, saying drought conditions are forecast to persist through early summer. So just some of the key takeaways here to wrap up. Moderate to severe drought is occurring across Nueces County. It's forecast to continue through at least June of this year, and drought conditions will likely worsen before they get better. Above normal temperatures and below normal precipitation are forecast to continue April, May, and June of this year, and that's going to result in periods of elevated to significant wildfire risk. Now, something I want to point out with these seasonal outlooks, it's not going to highlight any individual cold front. It's not going to highlight any individual thunderstorm. It's providing a general outlook for how the season will trend. But again, above normal temperature and below normal precip. So Louis, Judge Canales, that concludes what I have for this briefing.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa, and thanks for really all the work that you do for our region all year long. And this does help quite a bit because the question was really posed to us and we needed some real expert information but isn't it just like it always is this time of year? And the answer is that bullet point 3 helps us to understand that this is above normal temps, below normal precip, and this is why we have such an elevated significant wildfire risk. And I just got my SOC slides while you were talking, and it looks like we have another red flag day today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Louis?
Now, Judge, we want to move
to Chief Hilliard. Okay.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today to speak to y'all. I just wanted to go over a couple of the, I know y'all were seeking some information. Of course, I can only provide you the information that Nueces County ESD number 1, Annandale Fire Department has responded to, but I wanted to share some of that. I think your question about is this normal? It's not a normal event. I've been through almost 20 years in the fire service. I've been through 2 wildfire seasons. This is the second worst I've seen, the other one back in 2010. What makes this a little bit different is that we had a huge rain event this past summer, early fall, and what that did is provided lots of growth of vegetation. Then we had hard freezes, and all that vegetation is now fuel. And where we would normally have 3 to 4 inches of fuel on the ground, grass, now we have 2 to 3 feet. That fuel has not gone away. We've had exceptional low humidity when these little fronts blow through, and of course no rain also. So the biggest, the chemistry behind it is that there's just a massive load of fuel out there right now. That's not going to change unless we get some major type of rain event, which I don't see, as you just saw in the weather forecast. So we will probably looking going into those drought conditions throughout the summer with that fuel still on the ground. So just a couple, some numbers I can throw out to you. Since January, ESD 1 has responded to 94 wildfires. These are not calls that we get where someone reports a grass fire and we get there and it's out on arrival or it was a 1-by-1. These are actual wildfires, reported wildfires to the state. 51 of those are in Nueces County. As you know, we mutual aid lots of different counties in our area. Most of the counties and the surrounding fire departments are volunteer. Their departments are at work during the day, and being that we're a combination fire department, we've got people on standby and we can backfill and still protect our district. Out of those 94 fires, 64,659 acres have been consumed. 4,733 of those acres here in Nueces County alone. Now, when you consider Nueces County has lots of farmland, that's a pretty large percentage of the brush area in Nueces County. We're real fortunate in Nueces County because we have so much farmland, and when they start growing like they're doing now, we've got green vegetation growing, and that doesn't burn as easy. Nueces County ESD number 1 is assigned 385 personnel to all those wildfires, 131 of them in Nueces County, for a total of 702 hours of employees' hours. We feel right now that we're probably, we have a reserve fund, emergency fund for hurricane season. We've used quite a bit of that just for the wildfires. We're probably in at almost $60,000 in cost in addition to what we would normally use just because of the wildfires. So just to show you that the emergency situation is not over, just since March 20th, we have responded to 22 wildfires. So out of that 94 since the 1st of January, 22 of them are just since the 20th of March, and that goes right through the first part of April. So we appreciate any help you can give us. You know, we're pretty fortunate that we have full-time firefighters also, but a lot of our surrounding communities do not, and they work off, you know, volunteers and raising money out of boots, and they are hurting. The wildfires take a huge toll on our equipment and our personnel. You know, in the King Ranch fire, we had personnel that were down there for 72 hours straight without any sleep. So it's any help we can get from the Commissioner's Court is very well appreciated.
And Chief, with regards to, you know, tracking those costs, you guys are continuing to track both personnel, equipment, fuel, supplies. All of that's being done, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. We turn in our reports, we try to get them in weekly. It's not as easy for some of the surrounding ESDs because they're on a volunteer basis, but we are reporting those on a weekly basis. So we have a pretty good track of the money spent per call. You know, there is a standing mutual aid agreement in the state of Texas that if there's not a written one, you fall back to the state's mutual aid agreement, and it calls for the entity that you're helping to provide funds to reimburse. But in all actuality, a lot of those departments don't have that.
Right.
So we end up eating a lot of the cost or seek the help from the state or the federals.
And so because we are working towards, it's great to hear that we're getting close to that. It sounds like we met the FMAG. We met the FMAG, which is great. But as we hope to seek a federal, disaster for maybe further public assistance or even maybe, opportunities for hazard mitigation grants to open up, you in the Annabelle Fire Department, you guys don't have people who run those FEMA grants, do you? Those FEMA PA, do you guys do that, or do you rely on us to do that?
So we do run them inside.
Okay.
But we would have to have your assistance in some of the declarations to make those happen.
Right. So. And do you operate under our emergency management plan? We're under a local disaster deck?
We do.
Okay. And right now, we have no local disaster decks, so we're not running under our emergency management plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the only way to trigger the emergency management plan is to have a locally declared disaster. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Right. And so when we don't have an emergency management plan and those people are, those first responders and heroes are working 72 hours, there's really no way to compensate them.
Well, no. And like I said, we're kind of
accurately,
unique.
I should say. I should be very careful. So there's no way to compensate them for the hours they're working.
That is right. There's no way to reimburse, our department for that because
Correct.
we pay those employees, and when we send people out of town or out of county for mutual aid, we actually backfill our stations because we have to still service our district. And when we're dropping wildfires like we do, it's normally 3 or 4 a day. When it happens. So, I mean, just the other day, just because it was raining the other day, a thunderstorm started a grass fire on the island just on Monday.
2 of them.
Yes, yeah, and so
But they're getting paid. Let's don't. Well, that sounds
the
like
employees are being paid.
Yeah,
Absolutely, the employees are being paid
for everything they do.
That's right. Okay. For the paid departments, they are.
Right.
But for volunteers, which is 75% of this country, is volunteer firefighters. So so the majority of this area, they're volunteers and they're not being paid.
That's correct.
And so the only way they can get recompensated for the funds, the only way we can get recompensated for costs that are outside our control, is to get some of those federal or state funds.
That's correct.
I have a question, Chief. So volunteers, really, they shouldn't get paid, right? I mean, I keep saying volunteers, they don't get paid. I mean, the volunteers, do they get paid or not?
No. So depending on the department, some of them give them what they call run money. We are a combination, so we do have some volunteers. We don't pay run money because we are a combination, but some of the straight volunteers, they do get compensated. So they could get $10 for a call, maybe. Now, their equipment is typically paid for, but you've got to remember, to outfit a firefighter, just their bunker gear is over $5,000 per person.
man.
And now, with some of the new guidelines out, we're supposed to have 2 sets for every person because of the carcinogens that we get.
Chief, have you ever applied a grant for another truck, or have you all gone through the grant process of trying to get more equipment?
So we have, and we've received the last grant we received was for firefighter personnel, the SAFER grant.
How about equipment?
We do get some of those. We don't get a lot because we're a combination, so we're restricted. As if it was a straight volunteer department, they get a lot more opportunity through the state forestry to get some of those grants, and they're out there. But just to let you know, like 3 weeks ago, we lost a brush truck in a fire, and I was just talking to Chief Clack last night. Replacement value of that brush truck is over $200,000. So, and that's not a big brush truck. So, and these smaller departments, they lose. It was very unusual for us to lose one, but they lose those trucks all the time during fires.
Chief, I'll just one more thing. Maybe you can give us a list of what you want us to do for you, or what you need. I mean, I know you keep saying that, we don't get money for this. We don't get money. What do you want us? I mean, tell us what you want us to do for you right now. As far as what do we need to supply you? What do we need to, as far as financial assistance that's going to help you, help the other departments, but also, as a fire truck, I can guarantee you probably can get a good fire truck at the federal surplus, at almost nothing.
We do have availability to the surpluses. Fire trucks don't come through there very often, and I can tell you that we've just pricing just regular pumpers recently. If we were to replace our latest engines that we've got, we priced them at $1.2 million right now, just for a single fire truck.
If I can find you one in the federal surplus, will you
well, not our department, but there's lots of smaller departments in the county, our ESDs, that would appreciate that. Now, I can tell you that there are lots of grants out there. What we really need is to help get these federal and state funds and that is available through the declarations that have been out there through the governor. If we could get that put in place, because we're nowhere near the end of this issue. This is going to probably go on and get worse during the summertime.
So the help we can give you is try to work with you in a grant, help you draw a grant up for you and give you that support, right?
Yes, sir.
So as a taxing entity, what abilities do you have to get reimbursed, things of that nature? Because you guys run your own show. You just passed a bond out there, or not a bond, a tax increase that you got your community to sign off on, I believe, right?
No, we haven't. We haven't. No, ESD2, I believe tried, but it failed. But we haven't.
Okay, so the other one in Calallen did. I guess that was the one that.
The one in Flower Bluff did. We're in Calallen, so.
Right, I thought the one in Calallen just got that passed. You just passed that one. Y'all just had a huge one passed. A tax increase to go out and be able to do more stuff.
I'm sorry. Yes, yeah. When I'm talking about recent, I thought the local year. So, yes, we did have one, and what that did is let us provide EMS service to the area.
So, as a taxing entity, aren't you able to submit for certain reimbursements and things of that nature too?
We can through different programs, and we have. Obviously, when there is certain, like you said, when we met the criteria for those other grants, that helps it. And like I said, I'm just here to give you this information. It's not really about ESD 1 because we're able to compensate for a lot of that loss, but our concern is we mutual aid so many other ESDs in the area because we do have full-time firefighters sitting at the department where they don't. And then outside, and I've just like Brooks County called for mutual aid just yesterday on a brush fire.
And you get reimbursed from Brooks County though, right?
No, we do not.
You don't submit that to Brooks County, who's under a declaration, to get them to reimburse you?
We don't.
Because why?
We haven't. Some departments do. Most departments will just go because they know if we need to pick up the phone and call them for help one time, that they'll be at our back door. Now they provide. Just to let you know, they provide fuel for us. Whenever we get, and one of the things is when we go out of county, it's amazing. When we show up, they've got fuel trucks on scene. They never want to send a truck back without fuel, water. They feed the firefighters, so they have a huge cost that they incur also. It's kind of a, hey, we're going to help you, but if we ever need you, and it's happened, we can call you and you'll be on your way.
Well, that's a given, right? But
Right.
what I don't understand is why with a mutual aid agreement and a county that's in a legitimate disaster, why you wouldn't submit to them to reimburse you, because they would submit under their disaster to get reimbursed for what they reimburse you for. Why? In other words, I have a problem, and you probably saw it, I have a problem with declaring disasters just to get grants reimbursed or just to get money reimbursed. I think it should be for an emergency, a real emergency. So if Clayburgh County or Brooks County, who's had these raging fires, or under emergencies, then they can ask for reimbursement under their emergency for whatever they paid, i.e. you. But if you're not submitting to them your reimbursement, then
well, we have other ways of getting reimbursement. Just because we're going out of county doesn't mean we can't. I mean, we get reimbursements for those,
right?
And we can. It just makes it a lot easier when all the parts are in place. But I just kind of want to make sure that this is clear. Is just because there's not a fire burning right this second, it doesn't mean it can't happen tomorrow morning. You know,
in Corpus Christi, probably about 60% of the time.
Yeah, well, true, very true, but right now, when we have grass fires with low humidity and low fuel load, we can normally have it under control in 20, 30 minutes.
Right.
With what's going on right now, we lose structures. We had one on 69 the other day, just the day before the palm tree fire. That was a structure fire that ended up burning 50 acres and almost burned down a neighborhood.
And thank God y'all are there doing what you do, and we appreciate everything you do. I mean, I think it's awesome what you do, and I'm glad you're saying there's different ways for you to get reimbursed. I would really strongly urge, and you're your own taxing entity, you have your own board. We have nothing to do with you and other than that, but you're here talking, so since you're giving us input, I'm giving you input. Sure. I would strongly suggest to your board that you submit your reimbursements to these counties that have declarations because they have raging fires, because that's where, in my opinion, you need to get reimbursed. If you're not submitting it because you choose not to, that's great. That's up to y'all. That's your prerogative. But just like it's my prerogative to say I'm not going to put this county under an emergency 60% of the time just because we have these dry, horrible conditions, I don't think that's the right standard. I just don't, right? Yeah. But and the key here is, because the standard to me shouldn't be just because guess what? Those are taxpayer dollars too. So just because we're getting them reimbursed, it's still coming out of people's pockets.
Absolutely.
It's all taxpayer dollars.
Sure.
So I'm not going to go out there and do something that makes me feel like I'm gaming the system just to get grants reimbursed. Because otherwise, I really believe we're going to be in a state of emergency in this county under this wildfire thing for the rest of our lives. Because this is how you and I grew up here.
Commissioner,
hold on, Judge. I'm talking to him.
I know. I just want to.
You and I grew up here. We've talked. This is how it's been my whole life. This is how it's been our whole lives. I mean, these are conditions that have been perpetuated in this community for as long as I've lived here. So if we're going to live under a constant state of emergency just to get grants reimbursed, or because this is the new way, then we need to have a long philosophical discussion, because this is going to go on and on and on. I mean, this summer is going to get worse. I mean, we ought to just say then, if that's the case, then we need to tell the community we're going to live under an emergency for the entire summer, because these conditions are going to be here. Also, it's going to get worse. It's going to get hotter. It's going to get drier. That's why we put burn bans in place. But it's not appropriate for me to say, let's live under a constant state of emergency just to get grants reimbursed. I mean, that's not fair to me, right? That's, because that's still, we're getting it reimbursed from other taxpayer dollars, so the taxpayers are going to pay for it one way or the other. They're either going to pay you, or they're going to have to pay, the county's going to charge them, the federal government's going to charge them, because those reimbursements don't come for free. Someone has to pay for those, and that's the federal government. So, I mean, I appreciate what you're doing, but I hope that y'all will consider really looking at how you can get reimbursed without it having to be declared an emergency, because there are, as you said, other ways to do that. So, but, I mean, and again, I appreciate everything y'all do.
Commissioner Morris wants to say something. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate everything y'all do, the hard work. Y'all do great work. The Flower Bluff ESD does great work.
Yes,
our local fire department does great work. This is all discussion about reimbursements, so not about anything quality-wise for what you guys do in any way, shape, or form.
Commissioner Morris.
I know Chief Zapata's here. He had a long, busy day. We were with him last night.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
With a great event in Robstown. But anything you'd like to add? Because I agree. I think at some point we do need to have a policy discussion on the approach that we take for grants. And I agree. This does put a burden on the state or federal level. But guess what? That money's there. And if we're not asking for it, somebody else is going to get the money we're putting in. We're putting in money regardless. And so that money can go to Kentucky or somewhere else if we don't ask for it. So I think that we do need to sit down and have a true discussion on how we approach grants, because just to ignore it and say it's not happening doesn't mean it's not. Obviously, Chief, you said this is the second worst you've seen. This is not something that's standard. This is not something that's normal. And to handcuff our emergency responders in any way is unacceptable. That's one of our main charges here in the Commissioner's Court, is to support emergency response and to support you all. So I get the philosophical concern, and I share it too. I mean, we're all taxpayers. But Chief, tell us from your perspective. You were telling us yesterday, last night, and on Saturday when we saw you as well, just your response to the Bodega fire and to the other fires is in our own backyard, right?
Yes.
Right in Precinct 3 in the Robstown area. So tell us a little bit about that and some of those updates.
Well, it's like Chief just said a while ago, we respond to it anywhere we're called for. And I know there's reimbursement and everything, but it's more for the other departments also that need the help. I've been called from Skidmore, from other places, even our local volunteers don't have water. So we made a fund for them to be able to support them with water, Gatorade, drinks, or anything, just to help them out. We've gone out to that Bodega fire we had out there. We were out there probably 2 days. Without the help of our surrounding areas, we can't control that. It's too dry. Like you said, 2010 was the last one, and I was there also when we had that fire. Now it's like every day, 3 or 4 fires. Our job is to protect the county, the city, but we also go out in the county and protect the county on our side with the city of Robstown. And there is a policy on my department how many people to send out there. But on that policy, I don't follow it. We'll call Annabelle to help us out, because there's no way we can control that fire. So I have to bring in people on overtime to assist us. And that's wearing out my budget, especially with hurricane season coming. We're 4 guys on duty, and when we have a fire out in the county, I have to bring at least 2 or 3 of them off duty to come help us. There is volunteers that we have, but there's only 5 of us, 5 volunteers in the city of Robstown. So that's why we rely on ESDs to go out there and help us. We also had that palm tree fire where we had people from everywhere come and help us, not just Nueces County. We had Odom, we had Orange Grove, we had so many people come out and help us. And there has to be a way how, they can get reimbursed for all that.
And look, we all support you all. It's not like we don't. We just have a different way of looking at how we should get funding or how we should utilize funding. That's what it just comes down to, and that's something for us to discuss and work out on the policy side. You all just respond because you have to, because you choose to, because it's being a good neighbor, knowing that, God forbid, one day you're going to need the help in response, in whatever disaster that it is that you may have, and the amount of resources that you have may be limited, and so you count on those other departments to come and help you out as well. So we see it, we get it, and we thank y'all for it, and we know that we've tried to be there for you in the past, and like I said, I think that it's a very good discussion to have for us to decide in the future how do we continue to support that. What are some ways? I agree. If you can be resourceful, and if there are other funding, then use it. Of course, we want to be mindful of what's given to us as taxpayers, but a response is a response. It requires you to put on your bunker gear, get out there, and get into the brush, go into homes, extract people from vehicles. All those disasters, the smaller ones that we don't necessarily see in the media, but you all are still having to pull from your different stations or from those that are off duty, what have you. But I think this was a good discussion. I know that this is just a general information report, but it's so important because this goes to the other discussion that we've had just at our last meeting on responses and resources. So I'm sure you'll continue to hear from us, our concerns, but of course we want to hear from you. And Chief, I thank you for being a great partner, and I know the volunteers had a fundraiser recently there in Robstown, and so if there's any way we can continue to support, I know I need to get with you and help you with that, but if there's any way that we can support volunteer fire departments, Jenny, I don't know if that is allowable from maybe precinct funds. Can we do that?
Yeah.
If we can do that, then I'd love to be able to help work with mine, and then any's outside the area, because we know ESD wanted the Annandale County area responds to our area as well there in precinct 3. So that'll be something I'll do. So, all right. Thank you.
Thanks for y'all's.
Chief and Louis, we do appreciate you being here.
Hold on, Chief.
The COG, the Council of Governments, has a master mutual aid agreement. It's actually called the Master Agreement for Mutual Aid, and this is the document that governs. And I wanted to see if Jenny had a chance to look at that document, because there is a paragraph that's called Responsibility for Response Cost, and the determination is not from Chief Hilliard or Chief Zapata or any of our chiefs. What happens here is the COG will determine if it's reasonable. The COG will determine whether somebody's fiscally able. So I want to eliminate this idea that you send a bill and it gets paid. That's not how it happens. And if you want to know how to help these folks, they're telling you that there is imminent harm. And I'm sorry you missed it. I know you had to step out for just a moment, but what you missed was pretty critical, which was Melissa Huffman's discussion of the above normal temperatures and the lower than normal precipitation and the extreme and severe conditions that exist for wildfire. In other words, it's not like normal. We haven't, by Chief Hilliard's own admission, he's done over 94 wildfires. That is extreme. And the reason it's extreme, you did something that I had not heard said, and I'm going to make sure we repeat it, Louis. It's an awesome explanation of why we're in this situation. It's highly unusual. We had great rains last summer, like really great, and that fueled growth. And then we had this goes back to a year before. Yep. Then we had a strange winter storm that burnt everything. And now that's left us with vegetation that has really, really dry. So you have a bizarre, due to extreme weather events, amount of fuel on the ground. Now you couple that with lower than normal precipitation for this time of year, plus above normal temperatures for this time of year, and a drought on top of it. I don't believe that the facts support it being like always or like normal. And the reason that Chief Hilliard stated, again, I'm sorry you had to step out. When you stepped out, he also stated that in addition to all of the fires that he has responded to, along with the other chiefs, that this very odd set of weather conditions, regardless of whether there's a flame or not, creates an imminent threat, right? It creates a severe situation. And without the emergency management plan in operation, you have hindered their abilities. And that is why we needed to have extended last week. And the reason for all of this information is to give us another opportunity to reevaluate and weigh. We can't go backwards. We've already lost that. And without the emergency management plan, we're not able to create that preparedness, that response, and more importantly, the recovery. And if you look at paragraph 7, which we all promised each other we would, so I don't know if you had, but the other thing that concerns me is that it's very specific about personnel. It says personnel who are assigned, designated, or ordered by their governing body to perform duties pursuant to this agreement shall continue to receive from the responding party all the wages, salary, pension, other compensation and benefits, et cetera, for the performance of their duties. And every time we don't have that emergency management plan in action, we are hindering our opportunity to recover. So if we care about the taxpayer and you want to help them, then you have to be able to avail them of the federal and the state dollars that could come our way. And that is what is so concerning and why we wanted to bring the information to the court, because it could feel like it's normal, but it's not. And the facts have established that here today, both from the National Weather Service and from the chief handling the fires. We also have something, Louis, called the South Texas Fire Chiefs Organization, and they collectively meet, and I might ask for them to provide to this court what Commissioner Gonzalez said is, what is it that you need? But what they asked for was the extension of that declaration. And so given that we haven't done that, my concern is I'd like to ask you to meet again, and you all need to, weighing these conditions, ask this county for that declaration, because only you are fighting these fires. Only you know the toll that it's taking on your personnel, your equipment, and whether or not this emergency management plan not being in action is hurting you.
I got a question for Chief before you leave, Chief.
Sure, which chief?
Zapata.
Chief Zapata.
You know, and I agree half with what the judge says and half I don't. So, you know, just to let you know, it's not about the declaration. I think you guys need to do what you need to do, and you do it good. You need to go ahead and take care of your departments and ask for reimbursements and cover everything you need to cover for your employees. What bothered me, Chief, what you said a while ago, is that we don't have water, we don't have drinks. Well, I mean, that really bothered me. We gave water to everybody in this world, you know, a while back, and we didn't have a problem with water. So why do we have a problem with water now?
That's going to be the volunteers. Some of the volunteers, like Skidmore, they've gone through so many calls, and they run all night. They run out of Gatorade. If you look at their Facebook, they're all asking for water.
Do you need supplies of that? I mean, can we help you with that?
We're sending some today. As a matter of fact, I have a truck, a Tahoe, with water going to Skidmore.
I hate to hear that, and we said people did not have water.
They didn't, and that's what they're asking for. If you go on their Facebook page,
we gave water to everybody one time, you know.
Yeah,
So
but it only lasts so long. We drink a lot of water. We got to get hydrated when we're at fires.
Can you help with that? Let us know, because I mean.
So you're saying you can't afford to give them water unless we get it reimbursed?
Not us, sir. It's some of the volunteers that go out there. They do it for free, and they have no drinking water out there.
And so, but what does that have to do with being reimbursed or not being reimbursed?
I just brought up that we, that's what we're helping them with, some of the supplies that they don't have
So they're getting
available.
you're getting the supplies anyway.
We're getting supplies for private donations that are being given to us, and we're taking them to them.
Okay.
Can you help with that? Let me know.
Okay, I'll definitely let you know so we can take some to them.
Okay, Louis, just let's wrap up so that we can move on. Anything else here for us this morning? I mean, there's plenty more to talk about, of course, but in the interest of time.
So I can wrap up right now, Judge. The emergency declaration that we can enact will allow us to purchase life-saving supplies that we need if those volunteer firefighters needed them. They can also contact the EOC. That also, we can supply water as well because we do have some, but that's, once again, going back to declaring an emergency. So it's not so much as reimbursement that's the big issue. That's a part of the issue, but being prepared and being able to prevent and protect the residents of the county is the main goal for this disaster declaration.
But you're prepared for that with or without a declaration. I mean, y'all, that's what you do. That's what
That
y'all
is
do.
partly correct, Commissioner.
What part's not correct?
If we give water away, then we don't get that water back. We have to come up with the funds ourselves to get it.
We don't want it
Now-
back.
No, I'm saying you're prepared to help.
Oh, yeah.
Your emergency, right. So, I mean, whether there's a declaration or not a declaration, this is what y'all do for a living all the time. You prepare constantly for emergencies in Nueces County. That has nothing to do with declaration. It's all about the reimbursements, right? I mean,
And so that's part of it, Commissioner, once again. I think the entire piece of that puzzle is the part when the services that we're providing exceed the amount of personnel, equipment, funding, life support that is needed.
so you're providing for another county.
For our
Right.
county, in the local agreements as well.
Okay, but
So-
right now, is that happening?
Well, we have volunteer firefighters who's asking for water.
You have
And if
volunteer
they-
fire, where, in Nueces County?
Yes.
They're asking you for water.
They haven't asked me, according to Chief Zapata, and they raise funds to get that water. But the problem is, if you need water, you need water. If you're fighting a fire in the county area, or if you're fighting across the state in Bell County, if you need that water, you need it.
Right, so we give them water. I don't understand the issue. If they need water, let's give them water if we need to help them, but I don't understand how what that has to do with.
I tell you what, why don't we, again, in the interest of time, there's just a huge disconnect about what the advantages of the emergency management plan are. And I'm going to ask IDA to provide the emergency management plan, workshop or something, because there's a real disconnect on the value of what these declarations do. It's why all of District 20 has one in place. It's why the state of Texas has urged us to do that. And there's a disconnect. And it isn't about, we stand ready, but without the emergency management plan and without enacting these agreements that are triggered by it, it does not work as effectively. So if you want to know how to help, we need to be able to use the tools that Texas has set up and we are the experts in the nation in doing this. We need to follow what the governor, what Tatum has enacted us to do. And that is why these declarations are critical. But what I wanted to establish today, I think we did. We are in severe, critical situation for wildfire conditions. This is not normal. And I wanted the court to be aware from the Weather Service, from the chiefs, that it is very serious. And our emergency management plan should be in action, and it's not. And I want to bring that to your attention. I hope we can reevaluate. Thank you, Louis. Okay, let's move on to the Harbor Bridge Replacement Project. It's item number 3A3. It's a request from Commissioner Amares, and then we'll move back to consent. Receive an update on the construction of the new Harbor Bridge Replacement Project, and we welcome our RTA appointee, but also the Communications Director for Flatiron Dragados, Lynn Allison.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm sorry to miss Commissioner Hernandez because I have a lot to share with you, and I'm going to try to keep it brief. I know Belinda wanted it to be 10 minutes, but it's been about 2 years since you had a proper update, so I'm going to speak quickly. I have 17 slides to power through here. I want to start with just an announcement I'm sure you've heard by now. I've kind of saved this towards the end of my presentations, which was a mistake. We have released a revised timeline for completion of the main span open to traffic in the summer of 2024. And then with that, we'll start immediately with the demolition phase 2. So with that, I'll get started here. If we could advance the slide, please. So just a quick agenda overview. We're going to go through the construction progress from different regions, areas of the project, roadworks and traffic movements, the precast yard, north approach, south approach, the cable stay bridge, and the update on the pylon progress. I want to add in a little note about lighting since everyone so misses the existing bridge lighting, and then I'll take your questions. Next, thank you. So you've all seen all the traffic and the detours and the construction around the south interchange. So this was the previous south interchange with the previous 4 ramps that we had. All 4 ramps are either completely demolished now or in the process of being demolished. If you'll advance the slide, please. So to get from that slide to this slide, where you see the final configuration with the 4 new main connectors that connect where 181 connects to State Highway 286, and the 2 loop ramps. We have to go through the process of the next slide. So just so you all know, I update these presentations, every event, every presentation, from a school outreach event to our stakeholders like yourselves. So these photos in this presentation are from March. I think that a lot can be said in a photograph. So if you'll look at this carefully, you can see the complexity of what's going on as we advance through this interchange. We have opened, last fall, we opened the first of the 4 direct connectors connecting connecting northbound 286 to northbound 37, and then just last month we opened the second connector, which connects southbound 37 to southbound 286, or Crosstown Expressway, if you will. And then you can really see how we've also got the loop ramp open last fall, and how the 181 progress is coming to where this will be the final tie-in point. And please forgive me, I'm going to have to look at my notes so quickly. I was trying to strike through items to make this shorter, but
Take your time.
I don't want to miss anything.
This is the bridge of our lifetime. I mean,
it's really exciting, to be honest with you. I hope you can hear the excitement. I know we've had our setbacks, but let me just make sure I didn't miss anything there. If you really close in on this photo, and Judge, I'll be happy to send you my notes afterwards to share with Commissioner Hernandez. You can see all the demolition that's going on, and to keep live traffic moving while we have demolition, while we have road closures, is no small task. It takes a tremendous amount of coordination, which I'm heavily involved in, from the city, the county, the LEPC, emergency responders from Portland to Cal Allen and Robstown. A tremendous outreach is underway for each traffic advisory, and several of you and several in the county courthouse here receive my notifications. I send those notifications out to about 300 people, including media groups and stakeholder groups, and I'm always willing to add anyone else to that notification if you just send me a quick email or phone call. So next slide, please. So we'll go across the bridge and look at the US 181 reconstruction. Here you can see that we have a tremendous amount of ground preparation underway, kind of in that middle leading up to that north approach. We have hundreds of piles being driven 60 to 70 feet in the ground to stabilize that whole swath of ground leading up to the north approach abutment. That will be the future tie-in. You can see how the realignment will take place. Last year we opened and completed the frontage road access, which also serves as a detour while we continue lane shifts in that area. Right now we do have two northbound exits on North Beach. That will not be the final configuration. There will be one northbound and one southbound exit. I know that's been a topic of discussion, but that has to do with just the height of the bridge. Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to go out to our precast yard because everything really does tie in together. This is sort of the heartbeat of how we build our approaches and our main span. We have had tremendous progress out there in the precast yard. Last fall, we completed all of the segments. We're all completed casting, last spring for the north and south approaches. We're delivering approach segments on a daily basis. So if you're coming down, they come down Leopard to Port Avenue. They're too tall to be routed down IH-37. So be careful in the early morning hours because you will get stuck behind that convoy. So far, we've transported, 1,453 segments to the north and south approach. We've cast out of the about 2,900 segments, it says 2,650, but I think it's actually 2,850. We've cast 2,230 segments. Last summer, we, after the final evaluation from the EOR on the main span was submitted, our precast yard resumed constructing the main span segments. The main span segments weigh about 120 tons. They're 14 feet tall versus the approach segments that are 10 feet tall. Both main span and approach segments are 58 feet wide and 69 feet wide, depending on if it's the shared use path side. I want to go back to that slide real quick of the interchange too, because you can really see, one more, I think. You can really see how the shared use path comes together and how there's a south approach abutment that leads to where these segments are cast or to where they're placed. And we'll get to that in a couple of slides here. All right, back to where we were. Sorry. So precast yard, all the focus right now is on casting the delta frames and the main span segments. For and they're already going to start delivering main span segments. I believe the first delivery will come down down Leopard to Port Avenue for the first delivery of South Pylon main span segments, and then also down the Joe Fulton corridor for the North Pylon main span segments. Next slide, please. So back on the north side, north approach construction, you can see here that we completed all the segment erection using the launching gantry crane. These last remaining 6 spans will be erected using a false work erection method, which I'll show you in another slide here. You can see at the lower kind of right, we have about 150 concrete piles staged. Those piles are about 125 feet long and 2 feet by 2 feet of solid concrete, and those will create the foundations for the last remaining 8 piers and the abutment wall that will lead up to the north approach. And also we have demolition underway on North Beach as well for the Burleson Bridge and to make way for those reconstructed and new 181 main lanes. So here we're going to get into there we go, south approach construction progress. You can really see here this project has 21 total bridges, both new and reconstructed. 7 of those bridges are seen in this photo. This, again, photo was from 2 weeks ago. There's 10 lanes converging from right to left. You've got the shared use path, which is sort of that semicircle trail that leads up to the ramp. You have merging ramp lanes, and you have the 6 main span lanes that will make up the actual main lane construction. And then you can see the northwest loop ramp, which we opened, like I said, last fall. You can still see the tremendous amount of demolition underway day and night. I want to point out the Salt Flat Channel, which runs alongside the south approach. The underground utility work and utilities and drainage is a huge part of this package and the work that we're doing. The channel itself has been tripled in size. The final tie-in will come up around the Messina Leopard area. We cannot complete that final tie-in until we complete the interchange construction. Unfortunately, right now that does cause some drainage issues when we have heavy rains and we have to do some emergency closures. That's not a final drainage package, and that should be eliminated once we're able to tie in the final drainage package. Next slide, just want to make sure I got everything there. Also, back to that slide, I want to point out, back to utilities, we have 21 high mast lights that we've installed or are installing project-wide. I believe there's 7 on North Beach and 14 on the south side, and those are the 200 high feet lights that provide abundant lighting at night, and more will come online soon. Next slide, please. So I want to get back to the launching gantry crane on the south approach. This photo is significant in that for the second time now we're back working over the railroad tracks, which takes tremendous coordination, regulatory check the boxes. You can see kind of on the bottom left there's a spotter vehicle that is down there 24/7. We have to have a spotter vehicle down there in addition to radio notification if we have a train coming. The gantry crane is making tremendous progress. They're advancing up towards Port Avenue, and at that time, which will be after baseball season, we're going to have to close Port Avenue for about a week over there near the command center, and that will be a significant traffic reroute, but as per our contractual obligations, we cannot do any overhead work with live traffic underneath. In the lower corner, I wanted to point out the false work that was used to erect 13 spans on the south approach, and those spans are intricate and unique in that the launching gantry crane is too long to accommodate those spans, and those are typically ramp lanes. This same type of erection method will be used to finalize the last remaining spans on North Beach. Want to go back to that, please, just a minute. Want to point out just the significant progress we completed on the south approach, all the lower, the column lifts, which are 274 column lifts, are complete, which create those piers as part of the substructure, which support the superstructure or the bridge deck. The last couple of columns we have left are right up next to the ship channel, which are which is the backspan pier, which is part of the cable stay bridge. All of the pier caps are now completed, so it's all superstructure work at this point. Next slide, please. Just a brief introduction to the design team that was brought in 2020 to do a reevaluation of the main span design. I want to point out that the FIG engineering group is still involved in the project, from our roadworks and our approach packages to our sustainability program, which is, I'd love to brag about that, but that's a whole nother couple of slides. The INVEST program, we won a big platinum level award for all the sustainability on the project, from recycled materials to community outreach, and I could go on with that list, but just to point out the Arup CFC design team, collectively they have done 50 cable stay bridges. They have more than 60 years of experience across 33 countries. They came in and took about just over a year to totally reevaluate the main span design. There were no significant changes made that would be visual to an untrained eye. They're more proprietary technical changes. There was no findings of any, faults with the existing design. Everything has been recertified, triple checked by third-party outfits, and all in accordance with the Austin TxDOT Bridge Division specifications. On the bottom right, you can see a joint venture that Arup CFC completed in Ireland in 2020, which is the longest concrete bridge in the world. On the top, you can see a CFC bridge, and the CFC team is more involved on the technical side of the bridge, and the Arup team is more involved on the structure side. The CFC bridge is on the top left, you can see it's a double cable bridge. Ours, as you know, will be a single cable bridge. The next slide, please. I'm sure you all seen the picture on the top right of how our existing harbor bridge sort of fits under the main span design, and I think this bridge completed in California is significant by the Arup group that was opened in California also in 2020, really shows the project they did there with this cable stay bridge as well. Next slide, please. So I want to get into this pylon construction. It's just really exciting to see how the progress is unfolding. I've enjoyed several climbs up the scaffolding. We're actually getting ready to install an elevator, construction elevator on our tower crane, but I'm gonna miss my regular weekly workout climbing up the tower. In the middle, you can see, and with the yellow, how the tower table deck comes together. In March, we completed erecting the tower table on both the north and south pylon. They're really progressing at almost the same rate. That tower table deck creates the start of our main lanes. So you can see they're supported by those blue concrete struts. So on each tower or pylon, as we call them, there are 12 segments in that table. There's 6 on each side, and from there, in the next slide, so also we did in March complete lift 3 pour on the north pylon and lift 2 pour, upper lift 3 pour, and upper lift 2 pour on the north pylon and the south pylon. So as you can see from just driving over the bridge, we've now completed basically the substructure of the pylons, and now we're getting into the superstructure erection. So I really think this slide will tell you a lot about what you're going to start seeing this summer. We're going to start lifting main span segments, we think in May. That's our plan. So this is really exciting. You've seen that we have the tower cranes in the previous slide. Those tower cranes, the derrick crane will be used to lift the crawler crane will be used to lift the derrick crane up onto the platforms. As soon as we have 6 segments at both lanes erected on each side by a cantilever method, we're going to be lifting up those derrick cranes. So you're going to see 6 derrick cranes lifted and working on both towers at the same time, with those segments starting as soon as May. You can really see the progression, how it will take place, starting with the 8 cable. will start tying into the delta frame. So every cable will tie into a delta frame. Every delta frame will have 4 segments and then another delta frame. Next slide, please. And I want to kind of wrap up my presentation. I know you've seen the slides on the lighting in the past, but I want to remind everyone of the phenomenal lighting features that will be available with this bridge. The lighting feature, the RGB LED lighting, will be shining up through the delta frames underneath and through the towers, and there will be kind of in the top right, you can see the lighting tubes that will be placed in the upper lifts, the upper towers, that will create sort of a dancing effect depending on the season or the holiday. Next slide, please. Really, that wraps my presentation. I could have easily put together 30 slides for you and covered so much more from the environmental feature of the project. We have 2 wetlands that are protected. Wetland 7 is near the railroad track where I showed you on the south side of the project, and then we have the wetland on the North Beach area that was a mitigation plan to replant that area. Could go on and on about the utilities and the drainage, but with that, I'm happy to take your questions.
Wow, well, it's just, you're right. It's been a long time since we've been able to really have a full update, and that's just a terrific one. It just doesn't get better than that, to be honest with you. The only thing I'd like to do is make sure we get a full copy of it so that we can distribute it to any organizations that we're a part of, or even our own, if it's allowed, take certain slides and discuss it on our own Nueces County
I'm happy
Facebook.
to work with Belinda and break that apart, however.
That'd be great. The only question I have, and it's really more of a comment, is when you're leaving the aquarium, and this might be more of a text dot, and I asked Valente to come, but he's in a meeting in Austin, and I'll catch up with him next week. But when you're coming from the aquarium, trying to get back on 181.
It's frustrating,
Boy,
Judge.
it
I
really
tell you, I left
is.
an event there in the evening, and I know where I'm going.
Well, me too.
I felt badly for so many people I watched, and I get that it's frustrating, that it's, like I said, it's not the final configuration. There's actually
Right.
2 ways to get on the bridge coming from the aquarium or the Lexington or those attractions. You could come down Breakwater, which is right up, kind of runs alongside the ship
Yeah.
channel. And then you could go further down to Beach Avenue and then go under 181
Correct.
to get back on. And
What do
I
you- what do you
understand the confusion.
Yeah. What do you think about some
We've added
signage?
120 signs, and working with the
Okay.
city engineering groups and the streets department, it never seems to be enough. I understand it's confusing. I really don't
Okay.
know what else to say. We're constantly looking at that. We've added rumble strips for that 2-way
Yeah, I saw
frontage
that.
road, and we
No,
have regular outreach with the North Beach Community Association.
Yeah.
I'm sure you all know Miss Myers, and she and I, she's very vocal and a great spokesperson for that community and those attractions.
Yeah.
So
I appreciate that. I guess, I know I'm stating the obvious, but I think it's just the signage could just really change. I mean, think of it, if you're, like you
Yeah.
said, we live here, we know it, but if you're a tourist coming to the aquarium, our #1 summer attraction,
Yes.
I'm just so concerned that in the evening hours particularly, if you're coming, it's just so hard. So anything that could be done to improve, even as you leave the aquarium,
Yes.
maybe, saying this is your route, QRS code, GPS it, anything we could do to help. It's just so, in fact, your GPS will even tell you to go do the Joe Fulton corridor.
Well, I understand, and we have regular meeting. We have a weekly MOT meeting, and I feel
Yeah.
like I kind of beat my head on the wall with this with our team, and we're all constantly evaluating what can be improved.
Yeah.
I get frequent calls on, why haven't Apple Maps updated? Why hasn't Waze updated? Why hasn't our GPS updated? Those are all user activated. I don't have a direct line to call a
Right.
technician at Apple or Waze. Some of them are user updated. Google has their vehicles that they drive the project or drive the city streets occasionally. We see them with all the video cameras on them. I don't have a direct resource to contact Google.
Understood.
We've looked into that extensively.
Understood. Well, I do, just you understanding it's an issue, I think is helpful, and anything you could do to bolster. Are there any other questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner Morris?
Lynn, I appreciate this update. It's been a while and very, very helpful. The one issue that I have, and I know we've kind of talked about it previously, but it's pre-COVID for sure, you know, the precast yard, that's in Robstown, that's in Precinct 3.
Yes, sir.
So that's a big part of this bridge.
Certainly.
But that area, as you know, it's kind of strange in how the political boundaries are. So there's county responsibility on County Road 36. And it switches right over to City of Robstown for a stretch. And there's been some problems because just of the size, the scope of these precast pieces, and of course the equipment it takes to transport them. And those roads we were already having issues with, and we had to replace a bridge that was there. But with that heavy machinery, it's really kind of worn down.
Sure.
And so if that can become part of y'all's weekly discussions or updates, or if I somehow, or the judge, or someone that we can get to be the point person, on getting a voice there as far as what will be the final piece, so to speak, on once that precast yard is complete with their final piece. What can be done to really fix up that area? Because like I said, it's so strange that part of responsibility is ours and part is the city, and so there's just a lot of work we'd like to do, but it kind of cuts short right at those lines. But I think y'all are the go-between that can help us smooth it out, and
Sure.
and I mean that figuratively and literally, right? So
Right.
if that's something that can be looked at in the future, I know you gave us a time frame of 2024 at the earliest, but if that is something that can start becoming part of the discussion,
Sure.
so that when everyone is done and ready to leave and the final piece is in place and everyone's celebrating this new beautiful bridge, that our residents that have really borne the burden of having this construction, this precast yard being built right in front of them, can have a nice road,
I
you
understand.
know, that transfers from City of Robstown through County Road, you know, or County Precinct 3, County Road 36. So if that can maybe start becoming some sort of conversation piece, we've got 2 years, but it'll be here before we know it. And I think that would go a long way in just saying thank you
Right.
to those residents, because, Judge, we really need it.
I
know
agree.
you've gotten
I was
calls.
gonna
I know
say-
you've gotten emails as well.
Yeah.
And so,
Well, and Lynn, what we could do is provide you, we actually went door to door on a civil service survey, and it, other than drainage, that road was our top 3 issue in those areas. And of course, the heavy haul has highly contributed to it. We would love to be able to fix it, but it would do no good at this point. It would just
All the
resurface.
cold patch isn't going to do any good.
That's right.
And I
So,
understand I've received media calls on this. I understand there's a few vocal residents there. I personally go out to the precast yard a couple of times a month. I know exactly what the conditions are. We did contribute about $90,000 worth of materials and manpower to rebuild that County Road 36 bridge. If you recall, a couple of years ago, that was in the spring of 2020.
Right.
However, we've looked at this, we've talked about it, and like you said, even if it's a hot patch, cold patch, one day I was out there as well, following up from a media
Yeah.
request, and the city of Robstown was out there doing a cold patch. We've added to that as well. It doesn't do.
It's not going to stay.
But I appreciate the, coordination and possibly looking at this after we finish that
and with the
construction and heavy hauling out there. There's also the Martin Marietta yard that contributes.
Right.
There's significant
There-
farm equipment, and there's
No
also a
doubt.
crane pad
Absolutely.
yard out there, right catty corner of that bridge. There's a significant traffic there as well. I'm not trying to punt, but it is sort of a collaboration of wear
And
and
I think
tear.
that's what you're
and that's what I was
advocating
going
for.
to say.
Right.
That bridge was a partnership. You're right, because y'all were a big part of that, and we were in the drainage district, City of Robstown. So we all came together with funding or different resources to kind of make that happen. And I agree, it's not just you, but since we're fortunate enough to have you here, but I think it's going to take that same approach. And so as long as we can start talking now and plan it, and then bring all the groups, all the stakeholders together, as far as industry and then the governmental entities,
Yes,
along with the residents, to say, hey, we know it doesn't do it much good right now, but once it's done, you're going to be left with something better than what they had
Sure.
before this all started. So.
I will certainly keep that as a priority in our conversations and take that concern back.
Yeah. And if it's helpful, maybe what we could do, because I know it's helpful when I get an official letter, let us send you an official letter thanking you for this presentation and then asking specifically for this follow-up. And that way that gives you much more than their concern. They're actually asking for that meeting, and then that'll help all of us in that collaboration. But we actually have precedent for this, where we also worked with private industry, government on another road not too far from there, our Epic Road.
Yes, Violet,
And so I know it can be done, but what Commissioner Mara says is right. If we were to plan now, then the wayfinding signs could say, summer of X 2024, this road will be reestablished or resurfaced, right? But it certainly takes time, so I think it's a good idea.
I
Thanks,
like your
John.
idea, though, that any little bit of ammunition from a letter to the municipalities, anything I can take back to the table helps, so.
I think it's good.
We'll do that.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We'll move on to back in regular order to the consent agenda, and then I'll be taking regular agenda item 4 up for those of you that are waiting for it. So the consent agenda has items A through P, and we've already handled P. So let me go A through O. Are there any to require any specific information at this time?
G.
G.
Ooh, G.
Got it? Any others? Okay. I'd like a motion to approve items A through F, H, J through O.
So moved.
I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Also want to just thank Crystal Aguilar. She's been on the Zoom. She represents Senecor. Her item was number E. Certainly don't want to just gloss over it. Thank you, Senecor. We have authorized with this vote your 21-22 contract, and perhaps at another date you can come give us a full presentation.
We've done that already.
Thank you. No, Senecor has not.
Oh, we've done it last.
Not Senecor. Okay, thank you. Let's take the ones that were pulled. The first in order is item G. They can help with this. This is a cleanup.
Yeah, I need a clarification on what's all this about. I know that it's about FEMA, it's,
Commissioner, this is just to make a correction in this contract. Judge.
for reimbursement and.
Yes, this is for reimbursement, yes.
You want to table this or what? What's a correction? What's explain this thing? I don't know what it is. MOU?
Right.
Or what?
So we already approved it, so we already have it before with BCFS. So the only thing that we're doing here, and we work with the county attorney as well, is just to make this correction to make it fit for Texas Department of Emergency Management.
It's not a contract, it's not.
No, we don't have no
nothing
payment,
new,
no,
extension, it's
no
not-
extension, no, that's correct.
It's to put certain language that they require.
That's correct.
Okay, but that they require for what? What are we doing with them?
It's for
Reimbursement.
So we're paying them back, or we're submitted for reimbursement?
That's correct.
And how much was that?
I don't have the dollar amount.
I
right
don't have that, but
now. I can get that with emergency
the
management.
most important thing is that Kent Brown worked on this, and
It's going to FEMA?
yes,
That's correct.
it's going to
All
FEMA.
right, so move, I just.
All right, motion and a second.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Item, is that it on the consent? That's it. All right, so now we'll move to item 4. It's to receive a recommendation from the Nueces County Animal Care Advisory Committee regarding the animal care facility, and we have Lisa Buckholt with us here today. Juan Ramirez is also here. He's our Director of Animal Care. And we will move on with your information.
I have handouts for commissioners and for the judge, and so hi, nice to see you. A packet for each one of them, please. Thank you. I do have extra copies in the event at the conclusion the county attorney or Ide's office or anyone else needs. So those are also going to be available.
Thank you.
And I will go ahead and get started. I believe y'all can hear me. I'm Lisa Bachholt, and I currently serve as the chairperson of the Animal Services Advisory Board. And I just want to say good morning to each and every one of you, Judge and Commissioners. I am here today on behalf of the Animal Services Advisory Board, and we wanted to take this opportunity to share our recommendation to this court with regard to the construction of a proposed new animal services facility. This court really and truly has so much to be proud of, and I cannot emphasize that and thank you all enough. This particular court has had an incredible vision and a commitment to animal welfare and to the county's obligations to its citizens in terms of animal welfare and the humane treatment of animals throughout the county. When I started volunteering in 2015, 7 years ago, this county, formerly under the umbrella of the City-County Health Department, this county's animal control, formerly under the umbrella of the City-County Health Department, had previously overseen the senseless, and I mean senseless, killing of 98% of all animals that this facility impounded. That equated to an average of 900 to 1,200 animals per year, most of which were all healthy and adoptable. They simply got no chance. And thankfully, and to its credit, this Commissioner's Court, along with the department and its leadership under the direction of Juan Ramirez, became the catalyst for change, recognizing that as the mission of animal shelters across the state, the nation, and right here in our own backyard throughout the coastal bend was changing, the entire scope of the county's operation needed to change as well. You all have a lot to be proud of in that regard. Toward that end, in December of 2021, this court took a monumental leap forward with the renaming of animal control to animal services, care, control, and adoptions, and raised the bar with the approval of a county order altering the scope and the mission of the department from one whose focus had previously been on control and impoundment to one that is now much more focused on humane treatment and live release. I again want to say kudos to this Commissioner's Court and to the Animal Services Department under the director of Juan Ramirez. However, sheltering animals with this newly defined purpose of having them leave the shelter alive requires a lot more attention to things like rescue and adoption coordination, disease control, community services and education, and accessibility. The next portion on the outline I handed you discusses the existing facility. And I want to apologize to this court because I'm going to tell you things you already know, but I'm going to use this opportunity so that the public can also learn in the event they do not know these things. Your needs assessment study, which was commissioned by this court in 2020, determined that the county's current needs exceeded the design and capacity of the existing shelter. Plus, the space was also insufficient to accommodate any projected population growth. The existing shelter's kennel size is inadequate, with animals often having to be housed together in small spaces. Separate quarantine areas, which don't even presently exist, are a necessity for not only disease control but also observation. The existing facility lacks a medical and surgical room, and as a result has the inability to offer any types of low-cost veterinarian services to the community. We currently have a licensed veterinarian on our board. Dr. Barbara Whitlock, in her notes, states, quote, "The current shelter does not have adequate climate control for either the dogs or cats being held there. The cat room has no air conditioning or heating, and the only ventilation is through 2 small windows. The dog runs have no heating in extremely cold weather, other than a gasoline or butane-powered heater, and although doors are opened to vent the fumes, carbon monoxide is a concern, both for the animals and the people working there. The shelter does not have an isolation area for either dogs or cats that may be infectious. There is no examination room other than the one used for euthanasia. There is no adequate large divided sink to even properly disinfect food dishes. There are no washers and dryers for laundry purposes. There are no separate, quiet kennels suitable for moms with unweaned puppies. There are certainly no rooms suitable for performing even minor surgery, much less spays or neuters. End quote. The current animal shelter was constructed many years ago to be nothing more than a holding facility for strays. Its location is remote and obscure and relatively inaccessible to the public. To visit the shelter, one must navigate through the public works yard, dodging 18-wheelers, fuel pumps, storage buildings, and other heavy equipment. As the county's first indoor shelter, it was designed simply to be a dog pound with no foresight into meeting the needs of a growing area, let alone meeting today's best practices standards in shelter management. As a result of the findings of this study, county leaders, yourselves, selected the site known as the Old Show Barn as a potential consideration for construction of a new shelter. This location would provide high visibility, accessibility, suitability, and plenty of parking. It would further serve to improve the business corridor and encourage communities such as the City of Robstown and the City of Bishop to consider contractual service agreements with the county in the future. Toward this end, Shelter Planners of America, the nation's leading animal shelter specialist for needs assessment studies, conceptual design, and full architectural and engineering services, conducted extensive research at the county's behest and has outlined the necessary size, scope, scale, approximate budget, and site layout for the new animal shelter, all in keeping with your vision and projected growth. The process has been focused on needs versus wants, and Shelter Planners of America has even provided a variety of cost options to aid the county in identifying budget needs and funding sources. This proposed expanded facility is expected to meet the county's projected needs for years to come. Additionally, construction would bring new jobs to the community and signal to potential investors that the county is making investments in infrastructure and in growing in a positive way. The new shelter would also improve the quality of life for both people and pets in the surrounding community. The new shelter would have a basic surgical facility with the ability to host medical clinics to provide badly needed vaccination and spay-neuter services for the underserved surrounding communities within Nueces County. Providing these medical services helps stop the spread of zoonotic disease and improves public health. This would also offer major progress towards reducing the pet overpopulation problem in this area. Rural residents should not be denied access to these kinds of services. The new facility would also offer proper ventilation and air exchange, enhanced heating and ventilation and air conditioning systems, climate controls, better separation of animals and flow, comfortable kennels with natural light, medical isolation and quarantine areas, proper drainage, quality cleaning and disinfecting equipment and laundry facilities, none of which exist at the current shelter. Many shelters in Texas also host classroom field trips where children learn to properly care for their pets. The proposed shelter would also be a place for educational and awareness opportunities, hopefully ending the cycle of abuse, cruelty, and neglect that plagues this area. That is evidenced by the fact that the existing shelter is full on a constant and continual basis, despite the efforts of volunteers to continually move the animals into live release placement. In conclusion, it is the advisory board's understanding that the majority of the funding needed to construct this new facility has already been established in the form of certificates of obligation. The county has already spent significant funds on the design and engineering phase of the new shelter. This money was approved by Commissioners Court over a year ago. The needs assessment has not changed since the funding was approved by this court. In fact, it's only going to continue to grow as the population increases. More and more people are leaving the city limits of Nueces County and opting to move much, much closer to the county line, if not in the county altogether. The 2020 SPA Needs Assessment Study concluded that the population of the area served by the Nueces County Animal Shelter is expected to increase by 51.7% over the next 20 years. That's a huge number. Cities and counties across the country are moving towards thoughtfully designed animal shelters that can provide frontline medical, vetting, and adoption services and serve as education centers for the community. Building costs, construction materials, labor, and the equipment that is needed in order to accomplish these future goals for this department are all on the rise. Failing to approve funding for a state-of-the-art, modern, properly equipped animal shelter, as that being proposed by Shelter Planners of America, would fail to meet the needs of the community, as well as the goals outlined in your own county order. Where vision and foresight are concerned, scaling back on this project should not even be a consideration of this court. The Animal Services Advisory Board, having met, unanimously concluded that a new animal services facility of the size and scope proposed by Shelter Planners of America is justified in keeping with the county's mission for animal services operations as defined in county order signed and approved 12/15/2021. More importantly, this new facility should be embraced by this court as a bold commitment towards animal welfare, humane treatment of the animals in the county's care, expanded services to the community, such as the ability to offer low-cost vaccination and spay and neuter clinics, and an overall investment in the future considering projected population growth. The advisory board wholeheartedly supports this project and hopes this court will do the same. On behalf of the members of the advisory board, I want to thank you all for your attention today, and especially for this opportunity to speak before you and to be of service. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we get everybody copies of the remarks? If you'll just hand it to Ida. Thank you so much on behalf of the court to the Animal Advisory Committee. This is a presentation only, and if there are any questions for Lisa, I'm sure she'd be happy to answer them at this time. And if not, we'll just move on to our next item. Any questions? Thanks for the great and thorough presentation. Thank you. At this time, I'll move to item number 5, which is also somewhat related to item number 6. I understand there are some tweaks to the contract, and there are in any other issues here with regards, I mean, it's ready to go?
Yes, it's ready to go.
And the tweak to the contracts for personal services for the clerk's edification is that the legislative consultant Patricia Shipton for services relating to the 88th Texas Legislative Session, strategic planning, consulting, and governmental relations services, superseding and replacing the agreement that we approved on March 30th. The tweak is that they will also provide information to you as the court manager, and that you can disseminate that information to everybody. Is that accurate? More or less? I mean, I'm certainly not, I'm paraphrasing. More or less, Jenny, would that be accurate?
Yes, that.
Is there a motion to approve, or is there a second? Is there any discussion?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
So was there language also included with Belinda? Because I know she's our main contact on that event. So it'll be working through you to her.
That's correct.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right.
Since she is the governmental service, that's really her task.
But it's going to go to you as the lead. It's going.
It'll go to you, and then you'll send to her.
And then I just want to pass on.
Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 No.
Okay.
The reason I voted no last time.
Right.
Because I think that, I still feel there should be $3,000 a month until January, raise it up to 5, but
Okay.
I'm going to stay with it, no.
All right. And then what about item number 6? It's almost identical, but it's for Joel Romo's contract. Same, as they say, same language. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, and a second.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay. All right. And then that item passes. And so then we'll move to the considering the acceptance of the, I don't even know if it's acceptance, just consider the extension letter relating to the equipment lease purchase agreement with Bank of America Public Capital Corp. We're just accepting this as our extension, and you need the court to move to accept and sign?
That's correct.
All right. I'll make the motion to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Is there a discussion and consideration of the Texas Association, item number 8, Texas Association School Boards, otherwise known as TASB, Energy Cooperative, relating to the electricity procurement, and we met with them last time. They're here again with us. Ide, do you want to help start this off? Do you have a presentation to share or some information? I remember we tasked the court last time to get some information, and when I asked yesterday, they said that we still didn't have it, but you may have something for us today.
Just a couple of things, just to, TASB is a nonprofit. Joining us does not make you obligated to use our electricity plan or fuel plan. What it does, it opens the door for you to be able to do so. With regard to the question you had asked, did you ask a question regarding renewable energy credits?
I did.
And yes, we do have that set up. We could do that through the proper area in our region, but we do that, okay?
You do provide that service. And so were you able to work with Ide? And go ahead, Ide. Okay.
So what we provided for y'all after you gave us information is what we can provide for you with this current market. As you can see, the pricing is candidly, I've been in this business for 36 years. This is, if not the highest, one of the highest rates that I've seen in a while because of the volatility. One of the things with regard to TASB is that we'll bring you these numbers. This is the first one that we're bringing. We're going to bring you one again in a couple of weeks. We'll keep you updated in terms of how the market is, so you can make a decision as to when you want to use it, or you want to stay with your current provider. And that's providing you all an opportunity to make sure that you're getting best value. And that's what our mission is here with you all, is to provide you a situation where you can get best value. As you can see, the longer terms are the lower rates. We do provide unlimited swing. That means you use more or less. There's no penalty. The recent winter storm, there was no charges to any of our 200 entities that we represent, and that'll stay the same with regard to Nueces County. Basically, it gives us, we're going to bring you these on a regular basis, but you're not obligated to take them until you decide that you want to use TASB for your electricity provider. Questions, comments?
So our current rate is currently better than your 12-month rate or 24-month rate or 36-month rate.
Or 109-month rate.
Right. So I just wanted to point that out.
No, it's better.
Yeah.
What we provided here today, we went out in the market today, and the market's volatile.
I understand.
This is where it's at. Eventually, all of us are going to be going after to see who gets best value. And that's where Nueces County can't lose by getting two numbers from two different nonprofit entities that are going to be in competition against each other to give you their services. So, that's where we are.
Okay.
And you're not, but the most important part is this allows you a way to measure best value, but does not obligate you to purchase anything from us. That's the most important thing.
So what I'm trying to figure out what we're choosing today, Judge. Are we choosing between?
So what happens is on item number 9, there is a, basically we do nothing, which just keeps us status quo, or we would opt out is the only action that would be required of us if we did not want to stay with Power Pool, our P3. And what this gentleman is, forgive me, I'm paraphrasing again, he's advocating no harm if you decide to join TASB because it allows you to have more than one option with regards to seeing what electricity could be provided for on the open market at any point in time. And I just would like to say that let me just pass on this right now so we could hear from Power Pool, and then we could always come back to it. But I feel like David may have I don't know that he'll have a different perspective, but I think what he's looking for today for the court is the ability to just keep us status quo. And I'm not sure if he would think that there's anything wrong with joining TASB to give us optionality or not, as long as we stayed, as long as our intentions were to stay currently with P3. But the P3 agreement allows them, I mean, we can specify the time period we want to, you know, look into the future to establish electricity rates.
So I guess, Jenny, what's that's the legal question here. I'm not sure exactly what to do because the P3 rates are better.
We don't have any documents to
Right.
have looked at for this.
We don't actually affirmatively do anything. We just have to affirmatively not do something. So how about if, would you mind taking a seat and then we'll bring in Mr. Quinn? And then let him talk about electricity procurement. Once more, give us the overview. We have attached in our budget items, once again, that which you went over last time.
And Judge, what you're saying is if we don't do anything on the
You
P3,
just stay
we
still.
just stay still. Okay. So is that?
And that's for 3 years, right?
David, you want to unmute and remind the court about the options that we have today?
Pardon me, Judge. David Quinn is presenting at Presidio County right now.
Sorry.
And is not available, and he asked me to sit in for him. And I'll pause there. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Brandon Fowler, and I'm part of the staff of P3. I don't have a presentation today. Again, David asked if I sit in if there were any questions that we could answer. And based on what was the previous conversation, I would just point out that the Public Power Pool is operating a competitive procurement process. We have provided you with a target price that we're seeking in the market as part of this solicitation on behalf of about 100 political subdivisions in the state. This presentation, we could step through it very quickly. I think you guys have seen it before. You can see the membership that is all over the state. Again, about 100 political subdivisions. It's a very attractive load in the market as a very large, diverse, credit-worthy counterparty. And so we command very solid rates when we go to market. We also originate our own contract to make sure that it's equitable to the member and that you have protections. This has been in operation for 20 years successfully. And where we are in our process today is we have a solicitation underway, and we'll be getting notional pricing from the market over the next couple of weeks as we proceed. Our procurement proposal specifies that we have until August to complete a deal, and we have to meet our target price. So yes, this is some of the past history of P3. It's a bulk purchasing initiative, so we represent all of these members in a bulk purchase, and there's been substantial savings through the years. Given the current market condition, we have a very solid contract in place for this year, and we're saving about $100,000 a day for the membership based on current market conditions with a very favorable rate.
Well, I think Direct Energy just proved that. I don't know, you can't probably see it, but no truer words were spoken because we're actually looking at the 12-month rate here. It's what the market's bearing, and you're absolutely right. So no pun intended, but the power of the pool is what allows for that, right? That's how the energy markets work. But what I'm just going to ask commissioners, if they do have any questions, again, it's the same presentation that David went over. I think that the answer to the question that Commissioner Chesney is posing is, you don't need us to do anything. All we have to do is stay still to continue with our power pool. And then I'm just going to make the recommendation to do that at this time and make that motion to stay with Power Pool and allow you to, this is part of the members' notice procedure. Is that accurate, I think? This is part of the procedure that we go through every so often to make sure that we don't want to opt out. And so I think we want to stay in is my motion. My motion is to stay in, which means we do nothing. We just don't have any action at all, is my understanding.
So we don't need to have a motion then, right? Or do you want to have a motion?
A motion to have no motion.
There you go. Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, I believe that what's required is just simply to that we do not wish to opt out.
That'd be the motion.
That's really the motion.
However you want to
I think that's how I'm going to verbalize it, is that our motion is to not opt out of the procurement cycle, which means that we specifically say that our intention is to stay in with Power Pool. And
Second.
not a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. And then going back to item number 8, what I would like some clarity on, given that Power Pool basically states that they do go out to every single retail electric provider, including, I'm certain, Direct Energy. I'm not sure what the advantages are, and I'm not opposed to hearing what the advantages are, but at this time, as you heard, the court's going to stay with Power Pool for obvious reasons, given the markets right now. As you said, the volatility and our ability to achieve better pricing comes from the collective, strength of how much power we're buying collectively. But provide any info to the court manager about this business of you can join our club and it doesn't hurt you. Exactly. Given that David's not on, I want to check. I want to trust but verify that comment and to see if there is any, opportunity. But I think that's where I see it. I don't see us going to join. I would not be comfortable making a motion to join TASB because I don't see any advantage right now. But if you see one that I'm not seeing, by all means, send it over.
In terms of advantage, we're giving you information. We're going out into the market also. It doesn't hurt to have 2 hunters in the hunt. It does not hurt you to do that. It's a large market. We have over 200 entities that we serve. The market is very volatile. For you to sign that interlocal agreement with TASB does not require you to purchase from us. It does not require you to do that. We got that information, that letter of authorization, and that's how we were able to give you pricing right now in today's market. We'll give you pricing in next month's market. And it doesn't obligate you to go with us at all. It doesn't hurt you in any shape or form. All it does is, if you choose not to sign the interlocal agreement with TASB, we can still provide you the information, and you can sign it at that time if you like what we provided you, because it's not going to go away. Our ability, with the letter of authorization, our ability to go out into the market and hunt for you is still there.
Understood. I have a question for you, though. Wouldn't Direct Energy, which is the affiliation of TASB, wouldn't they be responding to Power Pool's?
No, the interlocal between us and Direct Energy, they are our sword in the fight with regard to getting best value for governmental entities. They're not going to be, a subsidiary of them is not going to be responding to this Power Pool. They're going out to the market themselves for the entities that we represent.
Okay.
So it's not them going with you all.
Right.
It's a matter of them going after us.
Right. Okay. So I guess where I end up is that if I could just have the opportunity to visit with Power Pool and he's not available on another day, just ask the question. I mean, we're staying with Power Pool, but do they have any conflicts? Or would joining TASB affect in any way our position with Power Pool?
Well, and again, not really understanding if we've opted to stay in, what the benefit is, because if we've opted to stay in and we've obligated to them for a period of time, so I don't know why I don't know why we would jump in on the TASB thing.
Right. I mean, there's always sort of an unwritten, rule, I guess, with Power Pool that, if you're really unhappy and you really don't want to be there, you could certainly ask to say, hey, I really want to be released. I mean, they're in the business of keeping counties happy, not unhappy, but I hear you. That's what I'm saying. I think for today, I would just
and I understand
say,
perfectly. What we'll do for you all is, remember, we're a nonprofit, we're a service agency. We're going to continue to bring you pricing. We have the information that we need from you.
Fair enough. You could just
bring you pricing, and at the point in time where the pricing, we brought you the market pricing today. We'll always put what we know on the table. But that's not very attractive, what you saw today.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, that doesn't mean we won't go out to the market once more.
I think that's a fair. So we don't have to vote to join you today, but you are welcome to bring us any information that enlightens us. How's that?
That sounds fair.
All right, that sounds fair to me too. No action on number 9. I'll move on to number 13 and ask that this be acknowledged as being going to be in executive session a little bit later.
I
We
guess,
did take action number 9.
yeah, I think, Judge, you meant.
I'm sorry, forgive me, I said that wrong, Kara.
No action on 8.
No action on 8. We already took action on 9. We've already done 10 and 11, and I missed 12, so sorry about that. But
Judge-
since I went ahead and said 13, can we go ahead and take that to executive session?
I was just going to ask, I'm not sure at this point if there's a need to go to executive session, Jenny? Because I was just going to make a motion to approve.
Well, as
sir.
long as everybody's okay with it.
Well, I was just going to make a motion to approve what they offered, but I don't know if Jenny needs to address anything in executive session.
There are some items which we are going to ask the court to add.
Okay, fair enough. Didn't know.
Okay, so we'll take that to executive session.
That's fine.
And now we'll go back to number 12. And also, while I'm doing this, may I just tell you that item 15 will also go to executive session? Is that correct? Jenny, it's the settlement agreement.
Yes, I'll have information to get to
Settlement
the court
demand.
on that.
All right, so I'm just letting the clerk know that item 15 will also go to executive session. And just to be super quick, item number 14 also is very ministerial, so could we have a motion? It's just to approve the finalized formal version of the policies and
So
procedure guidelines that the court approved.
So moved.
Okay, is there a motion and a second? Second, okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, aye. So that's 14. It was just ministerial, correct? It was putting them all together, renumbering them, reformatting them.
And that's going forward, that's not retroactive, correct?
That's correct.
Right.
Okay, and again, I don't follow the Gonzalez rule, though I kind of think it's interesting, but I voted against that, but I think that it's really important that if the court's will is to do it, that we ought to make sure that we get it formatted correctly. I think that's important. And then the next one is,
You got a rule now. We got a rule for it. We named a rule for it.
right, it's not always a good thing. I wouldn't get excited about it. But number 12 is what's germane right now, which is the premium pay. And I would like to ask that we take a little bathroom break right after item number 12 to give everybody.
So what did we do, 14? Did we vote on 14?
14, yeah. It was
Yes,
just-
we did.
yes,
We said it's just reformatting. It's like renumbering and putting it nicely in one document versus,
So move.
Yeah, we did it.
okay, I got you. We got you.
That
You
Gonzalez
got him
rule.
right,
The
Kara?
Gonzalez rule.
All right. Item number 12 is discuss and consider premium pay under the American Rescue Plan Act for law enforcement in the Nueces County Collective Bargaining Agreement. Item number 12, I'm going to refer to, Dale's done some work up, Iday's done some work up, Tom Leatherby's done some work up here with Arnold Carpentier. So who wants to introduce the options? There are options here on the table for us today. Iday, thank you. Do you have a,
Calgary is here.
but do you have like a spreadsheet or something we could put up?
It's in the pack. Oh.
I'm just on the screen. We can refer to our packets as well. Let me just put this over here.
Yeah, that one right there.
It's coming in here. There it is. So you'll recall the court had set 20%, and there's some opportunities for options that you're going to run through, Dale or Ide, for us. You've made some calculations. What would it look like at 2 years at 20%, and then at 1 year at 35%? And is anybody here from the sheriff's office online, Connie, with us? I say the sheriff's office, I mean the
Association.
association, thank you. I didn't see it, but there could be. Okay, no worries, we'll continue. Let me just represent to the court that the Sheriff's Association has seen, has had the opportunity to weigh in with regards to the options that are here. Dale, I don't know. Would you like to start us off with what this original plan looks like?
Options we came up to work up the direction that the court wanted to take action on. We put in several proposals for, currently the option is we are at 20% of the regular salary that each of the officers have. We were been asked to increase some of them, going from 20 to 25, 30 to 35%. My staff and I met with the union leaders, and they are proposing the 35% threshold for their balances. You'll see each of them on these lists here. They're showing you what the additional cost would be to going to each of these levels. And there are also some additional costs that this will be exceeding a few of the thresholds that the ARPA funds say, and some people will say there's not an issue. There may not be an issue, but there could be a potential liability if we do this, and it is potential. So as you see, the balances that the court, the union is saying is at the 35%, and I believe that's additional $2 or $3 million, if I remember correctly. It's
What's the potential issue? That's what I mean. That's obviously kind of important.
There is still a threshold of income threshold of 150, and some will say that there's not really an issue for regular salary employees, and there may not be. But if the Treasury comes in and say there could be a potential liability of around $400,000 for the county. Potential. Don't mean there is, but there could be a potential.
So what?
And that would mean the county would have to repay $400,000.
So what is that? What's the number that there is no potential liability?
There are really none, because even at 20%, several employees go over the 150.
Yeah. We knew that when we did that the first time around.
Correct.
And so is this an increased liability?
Yes.
And so before, what was the potential?
The 20%, there's about 5 or 10 employees that would exceed that, so it'd be only about $40,000 or $50,000, maybe $60,000. If we go to the 35%, that'll be about 150 employees, and that potential liability would be anywhere from $350,000 to $450,000. Potential.
So
there's going to be a liability, and how you read the final rules, and the final rules say that salary people that qualify for overtime really don't have the threshold, but it depends on how the Treasury, when they come audit, they may find an issue, and there could be a potential liability. There may not be. Well, no. When you talk about the 150% threshold, income threshold, you have to include all sources of revenue, all sources of income, and if you see that over $78,700, then that anything above that can be a potential liability. Potential.
For us to do the percentages, but cap the liability, meaning
not under premium pay.
No, meaning we only do so much. In other words, where's the
cap?
The cap is the threshold that the Haggerty brought to us, which was $78,681. Once the 150 threshold for the Nueces County is anybody that receives less than $78,600, there's no problem. Anybody, once you get above that $78,600, then it's a potential liability.
Well, can you just not?
We have no way of knowing how much overtime these employees work.
Right.
We just had some employees that just submitted an overtime of 55 hours.
So, but to help you with this particular spreadsheet, just this one, because I can't answer that other one. May I bring in Tom Leatherby?
Sure.
And he can just walk us through options. Even if you have these other questions, at least look at these options and see which ones look good to you. I don't know if there's a bad option, but there are some options that create opportunities for retention that are better than others. And Tom, I hope that tees it up just a little bit. You have had those good discussions with Deputy Carpentier, and you've got a good feel for what they're thinking as well.
Yes, Judge, thank you. As you stated, did have a very productive conversation with Deputy Carpentier, and he was of the opinion that we share, that if there's a way to make the premium pay payments also serve the added benefit of retention, that would be positive insofar as it would help to address a pressing need that the county is facing in terms of being able to recruit and retain deputies. Based on that conversation, we looked at 4 different scenarios. The first was the 35% scenario of straight premium pay that Dale referenced. The second would be, instead of using the premium pay eligibility, would use a new eligibility that was contained in the final rule for retention incentives. And that would allow the same amount of, actually 40%, 20% in year one and 20% in year two, splitting over 2 years, paying out in increments, which would provide both a retention incentive and also allow for a recruitment incentive, because this payment would be going to new employees as well. It would no longer be tied to service that occurred during the COVID pandemic. And that's a very attractive option, in our opinion, for the county. There's another option, the natural extension of that would be to bring that out from 2 years to 4 years, which is allowable under the period of performance for ARPA. That would reduce the payment to 10% in each of 4 years, still at the 40%. That may be less appealing because it's not as much money into pockets as quickly, but it would serve additional retention and recruitment benefits, so that's certainly subject to consideration. I do want to address the point related to the potential liability for premium pay related to individuals who exceed the Treasury Department's threshold. There are two salient points there. The first is that from the interim final rule to the final rule, the Treasury clarified in explicit detail that individuals who are exempt from, or who are not exempt from the Fair Labor Standards Act, meaning they're paid overtime, are not subject to that income threshold. So we certainly have not seen in any other engagement throughout the country a concern that liability would be incurred, although taking a conservative position as Dale's advocating is nothing we would ever advocate against. That said, the entire issue can be put aside by shifting from the premium pay eligibility to the retention incentive eligibility, which is contained within the public sector capacity building portion of the final rule, and that would be possible under the forward-looking 2-year or 4-year 40% total retention incentive program.
Well said. And so all the officers, including the new ones, would be able to also qualify for this retention part of it?
Yes, sir. That would allow it to be a recruitment bonus as well, and that could really help to fill those vacancies and then reduce overtime costs.
Hallelujah for that. So that then would take care of,
Tom, I do have a question on if we do the retention process, would the funding come from the lost revenue?
No, it's not a revenue loss eligibility. This is contained in the negative economic impact eligibility under public sector capacity building. It was a new eligibility that was introduced in the final rule, and is an eligibility that I personally have used successfully in multiple other counties throughout the country.
You know what category that would fit under? Just what category in the rules reporting as it would fit into?
It's in the negative economic impacts section. I don't have a page number in front of me right now, and if I flip off of our Zoom, we may freeze. But we've done a detailed written analysis of the eligibility for retention bonus for the law enforcement employees.
So actually, this gets them more with less liability potentially for the county, is what I'm hearing, unless I'm not hearing it right.
I think that's what Tom is saying. We can maintain our current premium pay as is, but then also initiate a retention program under a different program, different platform, if that's what I'm hearing.
Well, actually, our intention would be to maintain, on the law enforcement side, it would be to separate out, and instead of using the premium pay eligibility, it would be use the public sector capacity negative economic impact eligibility, using the same pool of money that's been committed, the up to 40% pool of money, and then stretch that over whatever period of time the court felt was appropriate.
So, oh, excuse me, go ahead. Let me not choke here. So are you suggesting that we take it out of premium pay, all of it out of premium pay, and put it into this new category that you're telling us about?
Yeah, that's really just the difference between calling it premium pay and calling it retention incentive is really just a Treasury reporting issue, and again, freeing up that issue of potential liability. The eligibility under the retention incentive is clear. You're allowed to go to 20% for any individual employees.
But again, no, and that makes sense to me. So if we put all of the, I think what you're saying is if we put all of this in this new category, then we erase even that $40,000 or $50,000 worth of liability that Dale referenced earlier that we took on the first go round, and they would get more in their pockets. We would have less liability, and we would just need to determine how much time to spread this over.
Yes, sir. That's how we see it. And our recommendation at this point would basically to segment the law enforcement away from, allow the existing premium pay that's been designed for county employees to stay in place, that program's in effect, and then split the law enforcement out and do that as the retention bonus, and yes, erase the liability concern completely.
And it sounds like the Police Officers Association had concurred with this also? Or
yeah, Mr. Carpentier was very positive when I spoke with him about the concept.
Tom, if we use a negative economic impact, we don't have the same requirements of because the premium pay cannot exceed $13 an hour, cannot exceed $25,000. So under the negative economic impact, those would not exist, correct?
No, those requirements go away as well. The only requirement is that if you're paying an individual employee, you can't exceed 20% of their salary for retention incentive, and if you're paying a class of employees, you can't exceed 10%, but you can choose the maximum between the two of those.
And under this proposal, under this one that you're talking about, what's the additional fund? What's the additional amount that will come out of the ARPA funds? What was that?
There should be no. Dale, that's a question for you. It should be the same amount of money we were talking about at the beginning. The only small adjustment would be depending on how long you spread the payout over. Merit and step increases could create some slight variances because salaries increase, so percentage of salaries increase, but we anticipate preliminarily that would be offset by vacancies and new employees, so it should be about a wash.
I probably didn't ask it right.
Yeah, well, like Tom was saying, if we do, if it's a maximum of 20% of their annual salary, what you're saying is max on that for negative economic impact, and you do 40% for the entire process, and we do 2 years at 20%, each year was about $3 million a piece for the law enforcement only.
Right, so we're talking about an additional $3 million out of the ARPA funds from which we have already committed.
Correct.
I think what's nice about it is it, in a strange way, what's nice about it is in a strange way, the delay created an avenue to put it somewhere else, and you know how important it is to get it out of that lost revenue category.
Big time.
And so, I support the 2-year 20% each because it gets us a payment that's commensurate with their service, but more importantly, maybe an incentive to retain, which is their number one problem.
I think the only concern that I remember them articulating that we talked about was if the declaration is that there is no more emergency, then the funds stop.
Tom can address that.
Okay.
Tom, did you hear Commissioner Chesney?
I did, Judge. Thank you. That would be an issue that was very specific to premium pay, and we came down, sort of in a hybrid position there, that there were probably workarounds in place, but that the issue of the declaration has no impact whatsoever on retention bonus or retention incentive eligibility. because that eligibility is not tied to employees doing work during the public health emergency or during the pandemic. It's tied to negative economic impacts spurring from the pandemic that already occurred and that made it difficult for governments to fill positions and keep their staffing at full complement.
Okay, so basically what you're suggesting is the safer way, and I guess I would just ask it because I'll get asked and I want to make sure I understand the question or understand the answer. What would be the bad part about doing it over 1 year at the 40 under your plan?
We wouldn't be allowed to. The premium or the eligibility maxes out at 20% of an individual employee's salary.
So they're still going to get the same money. They're just going to get it over 2 years instead of one.
Yeah.
Right. So, and as long as the Officers Association is okay with that, and based on what you're saying, I would assume there would be positive because they're going to get it. And we're not going to have any liability because the liability is certainly a concern to me. I don't want to take on a $400,000 potential liability. Might not. But if this eliminates it, then we're being true to our word and getting in those funds. And we just need to calculate that too, Dale, over the long haul, because that takes another $3 million out of the funds, so that when we have to go back and do all the workshop that we haven't gotten to yet, that's going to take some more money out of that fund that we haven't yet voted on. And that's fine. I'm just making sure when that workshop comes that we have all that. But to me, this sounds very reasonable. And like you said, Judge, very, very nice that sometimes things happen for a reason and that we had to wait because now we've come up with a new rule that allows us to do this legitimately with no liability. So
right.
I think that's a positive. And if we need to make a motion to do that, I'm ready to do that if the court wants to. And then, of course, obviously, the discussion.
I'm ready to do it. And the only thing I would say is, there's all these little details that auditor's office needs to, work on. Sure. Just make the motion, and then whatever details are needed, please feel free to bring them back.
How long is the retention? How long can we do retention? Is it 2 years?
Well, like Tom said, it's a maximum of 40%, and you can do you can do 4 years at 10% or 2 years at 20.
2 years at 20, and we thought the 20s. We've already we've told them 20. So I feel very strongly that we need to keep our word at 20, which makes the best option, the 2 at 20.
That's what we've been mainly saying.
That's what we've been saying. Now we have a way to do it. That's what I guess we're getting to. And in this, Tom has had experience in, as he said, he's got a detailed kind of analysis, but he's done this in other jurisdictions, other counties successfully, and it actually does what it's supposed to be, which is retain.
And I'm sorry, Judge, let me just say too, because I've been the first to criticize, let me be the first to say, this is great. So good job. Thank you, Tom. This is very helpful. I don't think I've had the opportunity to visit with you or meet you, so since I have shared my criticisms, let me also share my praise. This is a great resolve to me. So I don't know exactly what I need to say in the motion to make it the appropriate motion. And obviously, if something comes up with the nuances the judge is talking about, or the police officers see something, but what we want to do is we want to get something on the record that shows these officers that we're living up to our commitment. And I think this is a great step in the right direction. So however, I don't know what the motion
How
needs
about
to be.
It's only noticed as far as the premium pay. So you wouldn't have noticed starting another kind of pay.
Yeah, but I think it's all
So
ARPA. It's under ARPA.
Tom was saying that it's. Go ahead, Tom. Do you think that that's an issue? In other words, some people call it premium pay. That it is a premium pay. It's just that we're going to be using it out of the bucket of negative income. I mean, it's how we book it.
Judge, I think at this point, given the large total amount and the potential for the county to come under criticism, I would exercise an abundance of caution here. And if I might suggest a motion that directed staff to prepare a retention incentive using the previous commitment or setting a commitment.
Tom, you're on a roll, buddy. Let's go with that motion.
Get it.
What he
Say
just
that
said.
again.
What he just said. You had me at hello. No, that's a great motion. Can you say it again, please, Tom, so that I don't have to?
Yes, sir. The motion would be to direct staff to develop a retention program in lieu of the previously offered premium pay with the parameter being 40% overall over a 2-year time frame.
That's my motion.
Kara,
And then can we
is that
bring
good?
that, can we
I'll
bring that back
second.
pretty quick?
I thought he said 20%.
It's my motion.
No, he
via
adopts
Tom.
Tom's language, and I'll second.
Okay, whatever you want to call it.
You said 20% a while ago. It's 40% or 20% 2 years?
40% over 2 years.
It's 20%
Per year.
each year.
So it'll be 40, okay, 40% for both years.
Yeah, and then that way everybody can check the numbers, the law enforcement can make sure it's right, that we're all on the same page. So that's the motion. I'm good, that's great.
Okay, and that's fine. I think that gives us a direction and a directive.
I got one more.
Myself will work with Tom, and we'll probably bring something up on the 27th to make
That'd be
sure everything's all
great.
finalized.
One more question that I just want to, and you said about retention, or is this, are we using some of this money to hire new people and pay them the amount, the 20%, or what?
So Tom, can you address how this exactly would serve as retention, other than people that currently work for us?
Yes, Judge. So upon discussion with the bargaining unit and also with the staff, it appears that vacancies are a tremendous problem within the deputy ranks, and that's leading to all the normal costs associated with vacancies, particularly overtime. And further, talking to Mr. Carpentier, it appears that the overtime is now starting to really put a true burden on the employees. So by creating this sort of a payment, it will allow the county to market these jobs as temporarily having a higher rate of pay because of the bonus, which should spur recruitment efforts, and it should show the existing employees that their service is appreciated and being rewarded, and give them financial incentive to stay in the job over the 2-year period that the bonus will be in place for.
And since this item would not be like the premium pay where you had to be paid on hours, we can set up a supplemental pay where it's paid every pay period at a certain amount.
Okay. So the answer is yes, it's going to help, market the jobs to new people. So if you're wanting to, seek employment here, you're going to get a chance for the next, 2 years. Well, we're already in year 1, right? But it's going to give you a chance to have that bonus 20%, which does theoretically make us more attractive.
And when the 2 years are over, they stay at that pay?
No, they do not.
No.
It's going to be another issue we need to really explain.
No, they know that. This was a one-time deal.
Yeah.
This is premium pay.
For new employees.
Right, they'll make sure that it's just it's like almost like a signing bonus, it just happens once, but it's a good once. It's a good.
Okay, now I can agree with the signing bonus, but I don't want to say it's part of your pay and then say.
No, we're going to be very specific. When they onboard, they're given a lot of supplemental information about what's happening.
Okay.
Not a bad idea to emphasize it.
And Judge, if I may,
yes,
this commitment that the court is making to these public safety employees, this is a newsworthy commitment. This is going to show prospective employees, whether new employees, employees of other agencies, that Nueces County is committed to the deputy ranks, and that should spur recruitment right off the bat. And we can work with the staff who advertise the positions to help craft those recruiting and marketing materials as well.
And I think that's so important because, on social media, I see a lot of our deputies offline posting and comparing us to other counties, and it's disappointing. We know where we're at. We've tried to move ourselves up over the last several years especially, but to where we can kind of take the lead or really have a point of it's always been a priority, but really a point of pride for us to say we're doing something a little bit more unique and out of the box, and putting that emphasis on the recruitment, retention of these employees, so we're not losing them at maybe as a faster rate, or maybe losing them at all to other agencies. So that's an exciting part of all this.
Okay, great. So, Kara, we have not voted, but all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it is almost noon, and I really would like a little bit of a bathroom break, but we're so close to getting to 19. I'm just going to go ahead and say one more, just because it's nothing. On item number 16, I don't believe, Dale, there's any okay, so there's no action on 16. We've already done 17. I'll take my little break and be right back. I just, quick bathroom break. Come back 5 minutes. Thank you. Oh, the time is 11:40. If you don't mind. take us up. Okay, we're coming back on the record at 12:03 p.m. And at this time, we have one other item that's left in our regular agenda, and then we'll proceed to Public Works Purchasing Auditor and HR. And so the last item is number 18. It does have some associated documents with it. It says discuss and consider reallocation of funds from 2021 COs for Bob Hall Pier and IRT. And since Juan's here, why don't we start with IRT materials? And you'll turn to,
Where's that?
let's see, turn to page, there's a page just on IRT.
In the back.
At the very back.
Is that the additional one again?
So basically, IRT has a shortage. Teresa has passed these out. Has a shortage of 364,264.50, but that's what I'm showing. That's for 4 county roads that we're going to be working on this summer.
Yes, ma'am.
And the purpose of today's agenda item is to get you the dollars allocated. So if there's materials that need to be purchased in advance, that can happen. And the way that it appears that we've got is really just it's a reallocation, maybe best described by Teresa, but I have it as CR 22-04. Is that right? Or what is your number that you associate that with, Teresa? It comes from basically previous IRT materials.
Right, that's just the project title, Judge.
Okay.
We will create the new projects that
Okay.
they're going to use, but it's going to come from the 2021 COs
Okay.
allocation.
So that's really all that we really need to say. And so,
Also, Teresa, are we including the other portion for the
The medical?
the medical?
Yes, sir, it's included in the number on here.
it says it at the bottom, it says ME supplies, 15,000.
Oh, that's what it
That's
is.
correct.
You see that?
I thought it was something else, okay.
Okay, so I'll make the motion to,
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. And forgive me, I lost Commissioner Amatis. I just looked to the left. I know he'll probably want to vote on it, but should we, I guess he can. I don't know what to do here. Okay, well, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We can include it.
We can ask him in just a second, okay? Because a lot of it is, okay. And then the second piece of this item is for, again, a reallocation of funds from 2021 certificates of obligation for Bob Hall Pier. And so in this regard, you need to refer to items 1, well, the spreadsheet that I'm going to show you looks like this. This is the, let me just back up. Commissioner Maris, for the IRT materials, reallocation of the, of COs to give the deficit that Juan needs at 343. It was 3-0 vote. I just wanted to make sure you had the opportunity.
Could I add in?
Could you add?
Would the court allow me to?
Yes.
I'd like to cast in favor of that.
Yes.
Yeah, I have no problem. Yeah.
Allowed.
Clerk, would you make sure that that's included?
Thank you.
Okay, and so now we're on to the second piece, which is the Bob Hall Pier. And so what we did from last court is rework the numbers to include the actual dollars for demolition per last court's authority, and as well as the court's Hurricane Harvey insurance. And then we cleaned it up. We found one discrepancy, so we were able to save a little dollars there. And then we added things that, quite frankly, makes sense. I mean, you just couldn't build a pier if you didn't have the power supply. And you know you're going to need lighting, and you know you're going to have some amenities. So when you clean it up, it gives you a better profile and picture of what's needed. Save and accept the items at the very bottom, which are not being considered at this time, but can be considered in the future depending on what available sources there might be, grants, etc. And so the new number to report to the court is all in, as they say, for right now, all in right now, is $26,330,187, 330187. And so the budget variance, meaning the amount of money we need, is $2,330,187. And before I go any further, I just want to make sure that you don't have any questions with regards to this spreadsheet, because the big change was the bump outs had been in, Commissioner Chesney, which is why that number was higher at 28 million, and now it's at 26. Remember you had asked about that last time?
Right, the bump out, the two.
The two mid.
The two mid ones that we pulled out.
Right, and that saved pretty significant dollars here.
Okay.
And so now your all-in number is 26,330,187.
Without the parking lot, right?
That's correct, and I want to address that at a different agenda item after Scott's meeting with the GLO today, because he thinks he might have cost savings there off that number.
So what are we?
So what I have proposed is, by working with Teresa, you'll have to look at item number, Teresa, is there a separate one that's just, I don't see it here,
The
but,
reallocations on the third page.
oh yes, page 3. So if you look at this allocation, you can see that if you redo these allocations, and we can go through them from the COs, we can find those 2,330,187 by just a reallocation. Now, how does that happen? Well, number one, IB McGee Multi-Purpose Facility has $201,000 there. The Courthouse Security Access Control, I'm sorry, that starts with the ME at $4 million. These are the deductives that we have taken. So we used for IB McGee, we used approximately 200,000. And you can see by going down the line, it shows where we have deducted from the ME facility reallocation. And we just deducted it from IRT. And now we can deduct from Bob Hall Pier, and it still leaves a balance of $845,679. And Juan, you'll want to remember that number, because I know we're going to be, there's another item somewhere, and you might need additional dollars for that item coming up later in the agenda. So I'll direct your attention to those funds in just a second.
I'm a little confused. Okay, so on the Bob Hall reconstruction, if this is deductive.
Well, it's assuming, she's assuming that the variance would be made up here. This is to showcase, we had $4 million allocated in this facility, and here are all the ways that we have taken from it.
Oh, already taken.
Already taken from it.
Bob Hall reconstruction this is not a new one.
This would be this agenda item. If you took it, you would still have 845 left, 679.
Right, okay.
Okay.
So my confusion is, so we have, let me back into it. So we have the 18 million that we originally allocated, and then we
Correct.
have the 6 million that the court allocated from Harvey Insurance, so it's 24 million. So what does this 2.3 represent?
So go back to spreadsheet and look at your allocated budget,
Right?
okay? So you see all of the items up above.
So you're suggesting to make it up with these monies?
That's right.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to.
But now you have a little bit better, now you have more of a fully funded pier, because now you've put power in, you've put lighting in, you
No,
put.
I get it. So what
you
you're
know I'm
saying is, you're just saying your suggestion today is to take the remaining 2,330,187 that we're short on the pier, and you're saying take it from the COs from the medical examiner's office
Right,
to get
because
to our 26.
yeah, and this shows, Teresa's, this is how she likes to do it. It's more of a deductive process. It shows you what's allocated and what's not, and what's left over. And so that's the motion, because this way, by next court, we can tell Jacobs, this is a cost estimate you've given to us. We're ready to have you design for this exact project budget. And then we can start really focusing on building this pier. And it gets us, and I don't want to neglect the bottom pieces, because we need to address them, but you can rest assured that everything up above is needed and wanted. And I think that really goes a long way to getting us to that future Bob Hall Pier. The parking lot is the exception. It's needed and wanted, but I wanted to make certain that that Scott met with the GLO and today, and he's been in discussions with what kind of a parking lot. There could be.
And we've got the road district 4 money.
and we have other dollars coming. I feel
But that
like
doesn't stop us from.
it doesn't stop us.
Right,
And
we
it's-
know we got to do something, but we can.
It could be
move forward
another
with the pier.
agenda item.
Right.
And again,
I have a question just on this, 229,965.
Where are you?
Paid for on the chart.
On which one, Joe?
can you show me which
On
one?
the chart.
Got it?
Where on the
Okay,
chart?
but at the very top?
In the middle.
In the middle?
Oh, 229, yeah, the land
Says
professional
paid
services.
for by Road District 4 funds,
Mhm.
included for informational purposes only. So, how do we do the road fund there, for road fund there? This is for what, for?
Well, it looks like it's there, but then you backed it out.
Backed out.
It's backed out.
Yeah, 'cause
It's for informational purposes only.
Because the project total says does not include the land professional services. for
Correct.
ADA access parking improvements, so it's in there, but then it was backed out, I think is how I'm
That's
reading it.
correct.
It doesn't affect your bottom line, but it's there to show you that we have already paid for,
Right.
in our own way, the engineering on the parking lot. So when we get to the parking lot cost, you really just need to be worried about the parking lot
Right,
cost.
so what would probably be the better way, so it's not confusing, is to put this item down below with the parking lot
I'm gonna
somewhere,
agree.
Or somewhere,
Are
just
both
because
of them, both of them the same way?
say again?
The both items are the same way? The one right next to 229 and 705?
No, the 705 that is the approved management fee for the whole pier. The 229 was by the Road District 4 funds. So the 705, that's in there because it needs to be in there because it hasn't been paid, or some of it probably has. And then the 229 just needs to be pulled out because we're making that a separate project.
And the other thing is that the permits and third-party testing, Brent, that was a guesstimate, but it was important because it was not included the last time.
Where are you judging?
The permit and testing, when Jacobs gave us their quote, they,
On here, I'm sorry.
at the very bottom, it says third-party testing and permits. The 630,000 at the very, it's at the bottom of the construction budget. That's an important,
yes,
that was
yes,
important. You may not have seen it before, but it's important because without the permitting process, nothing matters. So we're, again, trying to be comprehensive. The only thing I think is probably not in here that may come back up is, obviously, there's a little bit of a guesstimate on the Jacobs part, but I do believe by putting the 630 in there, you cover those costs. Your guesstimate is pretty good. You've got some soft cost in there for Jacobs if they needed additional. I'm not saying there would be, I'm saying like if the ADA ramp was more complex or,
So what
the
we're saying-
630 is a good number. That came from them.
So what we're saying right now, everything on the bottom there, additional project, none of that is funded right now.
At the very bottom, none of that's funded. That's correct. And just so you know, the court's kind of already said that the bump outs would be probably something that would be way, way extra. And the other things that are there are going to be the subject to some grants that Scott Cross and the Coastal Parks Board are looking at. And so those are extras. But if you look at everything from the top to that first blue line, that's really what you need to build this pier, to get Jacobs going.
And that was the court approved.
Okay.
All court approved. And like I said, if we just pull out that ADA stuff and put it down somewhere else, it won't change that 26,330, 167
It does not.
number.
It stay the same.
And the other things, and I've just looked through them again, were all the things that we approved in court, and then the ones below were the ones that we did not approve in court. And so it looks right to me.
It looks like we can actually move forward, And again, Michael will tell you this, he's looking for drawings before he goes out to construction bid, but at least we could direct them to drawings,
Sure.
And again, you all can time that, Michael can time that to where he's not waiting on people. There might be like a 75%, threshold, different architectural.
So the only thing, Judge, where's the contingency?
So I asked, it's built in there.
For sure.
If I'm 100% positive. However, let me look, if there anybody online that could help me, but I asked that, Brent, do you remember how there were 2 lines, high and low last time? Now you have the highs.
Right, but
Then there's,
was the contingency
Yes.
built into the high?
Yes, sir.
I want somebody like.
Jacobs?
Yeah, because I don't want to come back and say, well, y'all never put the contingency in, and we think we did, because we don't, that's huge.
He's not on, right, Connie? He's not on, but I
We gotta
feel
clarify that.
very strongly that, that is what we said in there.
I'm not disagreeing with you, I just don't,
Well,
I don't remember us having a discussion on it, and I just may not be remembering it, so.
I just remember that the high and low, and the high contained the contingencies, and all you're looking for are the highs right now. We got rid of the low so that the contingencies are built in. Again, that 630 number, it is part, see where it says the word contingencies? That kind of has a little bit there too.
So
I
that's-
feel good that this number, after talking to Lewis, is the number, except for, I do want to tell you that Jacobs, those numbers from the actual architect are, maybe, maybe not exact, but we think that the contingencies we put in would cover it.
Well, let's just, I think everything's moving the lands thing, and then we need to verify on the contingency, because we definitely want to make sure.
Yeah.
That's right, because if not, then we are really, that's.
No, I
yeah,
feel,
yeah.
I feel good about it after speaking to them, and that this was,
Then let's just get them to, yeah, if we can get them on the, I'm okay.
I
with
can
moving-
get them on the
Yeah,
phone.
I'm okay with moving forward on it, I'm just. wanna
Yeah,
make sure that we
I'm going to
verify.
report back to you, I'm going to report back to you by the end of today. I bet Scott Cross could be reached as well. He might be finished or on lunch break with GLO, and he can also verify. But meanwhile, I'd like to make the motion, because this way, this really gets us to where we want to go, which is in a position of looking for the extras in other ways other than this court.
Okay. I'm fine with making. the
Well,
motion.
if you would
Everybody-
second that.
Or you made it, sorry, second.
Yeah.
Yep.
And again, I will get you that answer. I'm going to have a day do a little texting with Scott Cross. He can make all those calls for us since we're busy. Ask for a little bit of backup on that contingency piece so that we could report accurately that this does contain those contingencies. These numbers do.
And Judge, just to be, since you made that comment, just to be clear, for me, it's not, I'm not sure how I feel about those other additions with or without the money. So just, I don't want to get too far down that path and not tell you
Well, remember,
that.
the parking lot's there, though.
Oh, the parking lot, but the other ones.
That's fine.
I don't want to mislead.
I
just want.
Let's just say that we're here to get the above accomplished today.
Right, okay.
And the below is up for discussion, but let's agree if somebody wants to give us free money and they can put their mark on it, that's a great thing.
Depending on what it is, maybe, yes, maybe, depending on what it is.
So really now, Commissioner,
wanna-
really you have 2866?
Say again?
Really, right now, you're going to have 2866?
No, sir, he'll have 26,330.
I'm talking about the 2,030,330 from the.
Oh, going
ME,
back.
From what?
From the ME medical examiner.
That's correct.
So you're going to come out, you're really going to be coming out with 28,660.
No, no, because.
No.
Because, see, we have 24, so we're this short. So what she's just found is the shortfall.
Yeah, but you got it from back here.
Right, but then but we only have 24 set aside, so 24 plus the additional day gets you then to 26,330.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Is that around where we were talking before? I thought it was closer to 20, or no? Did we say 20, like 20, meaning 20, between 29 and 20?
We started there.
Right, so we had 18, the last quarter we
Right.
allocated 6
Right.
by vote, that was
Okay.
24, but then as we talked about it that day, we said, and we're still over a couple million short, and so she's coming up with an idea
Okay.
to come up with the couple million that we're short
Medical examiner.
to reallocate from existing COs.
Okay.
And-
Right.
I was hearing 28, was like, man, we're getting
No, no,
almost to
no,
30.
and that's
Right.
where I'm
So,
saying,
yeah,
that to me is
so the
that's my stopping
number
point
is
of comfort.
so the number is 26, really. I don't want to,
26,330,
26,330.
Right.
And Commissioner do want to thank Teresa. I know it looks so easy when it's like this on a little spreadsheet, but in order to get all the numbers accurate, correct, and be able to bring it here, it takes a lot of effort, and she works some last week. And like I said, you're about to hear in another item how this actually helped us twice. It helped us in IRT, right? Because it wasn't just one thing, it helped us in IRT, and then I'm going to not keep you in suspense, but it might help us in another item later on today. So anyway, if there's no more discussion.
And that just means, obviously, that when we're going to deal with that facility, we're starting from scratch again, so.
We were always starting with
Oh,
scratch at
well,
4, you know?
I mean, no, I mean, 4's
Yeah.
4, I mean, it's not nothing.
Yeah, you're right.
No, I mean,
You're right about that comment. So maybe later in another future agenda, we can bring up some concepts that we've been mulling around.
Again, just.
Okay. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, Juan, it is your turn. This was left over. It's a presentation. Do you have a PowerPoint or just verbal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll get it queued up. This is for the clerk. It's a report that relates to the fiscal year 2022. It's the first quarterly expenditure report. Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Judge, Commissioners, this is just an update to court on public works of where monies have been spent here in the past quarter of March 2022. Next slide. Areas that we concentrated back in this quarter is drainage, cleaning of pipes, clearing of ditches, and also our county roads. Next slide. Here you can see two pie charts. The pie chart on the left is from last year's last quarter, and then the pie chart to the right is this past quarter for 2022. On the light blue pie on the left side, you can see that most of the monies were spent on roads, maintaining our roads, and then to the right, you can see on that pie chart that the brown section to the right is for drainage of monies that were spent. And then to the left is the green, like a light green, that's the monies that were spent on also for roads. So you can see that Public Works in the past quarter has been concentrating a lot on roadside drainage ditches that are within our right of way. So we've kind of concentrated on those areas, and we'll be concentrating on drainage within our right of way here in the future too for the next few quarters. Next slide. This is a picture that we've done some ditch cleaning in Broad Acres. I know there was a lady, a constituent here earlier talking about the improvements that we've done out there. As you can see to the left, that's a hydro machine. It's a hydro machine that cleans out the culverts for the debris that's accumulated in our culverts. And just to let y'all know on that, we've concentrated that type of process not only in Broad Acres, Valley View. I know, Commissioners, we've done some other areas in Robstown. It's in Blue Bonnet area, Commissioner, and also in Fiesta Ranch, Commissioner, that we're also concentrated on, Commissioner Hernandez and Matis. So we've done a lot of we're in the process of doing more of the ditch of the culvert cleanings, because in order to alleviate some of these blockage within our culverts, this process does take time. So it's just a matter of just being a little bit patient. This is one of our equipments that hopefully next week it will be discussed on the bidding part of it about possibly acquiring that piece of equipment. The other two photos are just what we've done, and you can see that we've done a lot of ditch cleaning. Next slide, please. This is on County Road 14. We've had some areas where farmers have come to us and have requested, us going out and cleaning some of their ditches. I know during the last heavy rain event, Some of the water was standing. Majority of it is also due to some of the farmers still plowing within our right-of-way. And we've been talking to them, and all of them have been supportive about making sure that they stay within their boundary. So we've gone out there and we cleaned out some of the ditches. We've replaced some of the culverts because some of these culverts also were separated and some of them were collapsed. And we replaced some of the culverts out there on County Road 14. Next slide, please. This is some road improvements that we've done on County Road 16. This is in the past quarter. This is about a mile and a half stretch right there, or 2 miles, 2 mile stretch of road that we've done. And this is just one of the roads of many that we've been working on. And this is where we're doing a full depth base improvements, and then also putting a prime on top of it. And then after that, we come and put the final surface, which is a 2-course surface treatment. Next photo. This is on County Road 73A. This is some of the driveway improvements and ditch cleaning that we've gone out there and completed. So we did some of the driveway and ditches out there to improve the drainage. Again, I understand that the lady earlier, she had stated that some of these ditches haven't been cleaned out within the past 20 to 30 years, and I agree. And now that's something that we're concentrating on, and we are going to be concentrating on, and that's one of our main goals, is to go out there and clean out our ditches that belong to us. Next slide, please. This is River Ridge Trail, which is also in Valley View. As you can see, we furthered out the ditches, we cleaned out the ditches. One thing that I do want to mention, Judge and Commissioners, is that what we've done here is we pretty much put everything back to its original design that was designed when the subdivision was designed originally. We can't improve any of the structures on the downstream side because it's kind of like Half and Associates said, and I've said it before, is that once you open up the drainage on the downstream side, you're going to end up inundating somebody else and putting water on somebody else's front porch. Next slide, please. Again, this is some of the, to the left is some of the clean out that we did, and some of the results on to the right where we clean out the ditches. Again, this is in Valley View. Next slide, please. And then this is just an overall map of showing what we've done in the past year. It's a different shades of blue, and then you see the red, what we've done with the RRT. And this is kind of just showing to court, is to say that in the past year, we've sporadically gone everywhere within the county. And our goal is to make sure that we do maintain, every precinct, and go to every individual location. And you can see on this map that we've gone everywhere within Nueces County, and we've done some improvements. And we're going to continue to do that and to concentrate on some of these areas. Our goal for this year is to not only go into some of these smaller subdivisions that do need some more assistance in cleaning out their ditches. Again, ditches that haven't been cleaned out in the past 20 to 30 years, and do that. And hopefully here in the next week, I know there's an agenda item for approving some of our equipment that has been bidded out, and hopefully with those new pieces of equipment, we can start keeping up with some of these ditches that belong to us. Next slide, please.
Can I ask you something on the other side?
Yes, ma'am.
It's such a helpful slide. Would it be too much trouble to ask if you would change the colors?
Yes, ma'am, we will.
Like just make them yellow, blue, orange, like rainbow colors, because the shades of blue, if I were to reproduce it like on a social media, it would be so hard for people.
I agree, Judge. We'll change the colors.
That really help.
And then, and Judge and Commissioner, what we'll do is we're going to end up updating this map to show what we completed in 2021, and then once we complete 2022 and 2023 and so on. So this map is going to just keep on getting updated.
This is one of the most helpful public works updates that I've received, to be honest with you.
Thanks,
You've done good work before, but this is what's helpful, because we can simply share a slide to show the community what's the work that's been done. Obviously, we know we have hundreds of miles literally left to be done, but at least to show that we're hearing them when they come to court or when they contact us. And I agree with the coloring, because I'm colorblind, so shades of blue are all blue. It's very difficult to tell the difference.
Yes, sir. I agree.
But if we can, I don't know if we have this copy. I saw online we only had the financials. So on the agenda, we didn't get this map. So if we can get that copy to us through IDA or whoever,
Yes.
so we can share it and just use it as a reference whenever we get phone calls or whatever.
Yes, sir. What we'll do is we'll modify the color codes on it, and then we'll send it to IDA, and IDA can distribute us.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you the map white and the colors, do the colors?
Yes, sir. We'll change
And the other thing that was helpful is, we should have probably invited her to stay, but it would have been so we're going to give you this lovely lady's name. Her name was Miss Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember. It might have been Pamela. Oh, you got to talk to her this morning?
Yes, ma'am. I talked to Pamela Smith before.
Okay, good.
We'll give her a call.
You'll give her a call?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's interesting is if you go back to your map, it actually shows that, as you said, you've done some areas there, but I think the confusion is Broad Acres not covered by the Tri-County Master Drainage Study?
No, ma'am.
So that's the issue, or not?
I think
Was that her point as well?
Yes, ma'am. Based on what I've heard from her earlier, I think that was her concern.
Right, and so what we thought, I think it's very germane to go ahead and say, is what we were thinking is maybe you could work with the commissioner in the precinct, is that even the grant's very specific. It doesn't allow us to include it and recover from the grant, but what I think could happen is individually the commissioner could take advantage of, right, the fact that we are working the area and maybe do something distinct, but that would collaborate.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's just an idea, but the reason we can't have her in the Tri-County Master Drainage is because the grant does not allow us to go outside those 4 HUC-10 watersheds. But maybe, again, individually, the court could consider doing that to make certain that, I mean, that's just a concept, but
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
And Judge, my thoughts on that was, based on what I heard from her, I know that they're talking about a drainage structure that's within their neighborhood, and it's on the northeast corner of the neighborhood. That's one of the main drainage structures that they have. And and it's like I tell the residents, and I say, hey, this was designed a certain way. And if we end up opening the gate to allow that water to flow into somebody else's neighborhood, then all we're doing is we're going to end up putting somebody's water in somebody else's front porch. So to do a study, we probably could do a study, but I think that's what they want is they want to increase the capacity of that drainage structure.
Got it. Okay, and then a quick question going back to the map. It looked like a good solid blue line. If you could bring back the map on 22 and 47. So you guys, I know, are already working on this, but do you have any updates on 47? They're complaining that our work has already been damaged or not holding up.
Yes, ma'am. We're
Any thoughts on 47?
Yes, ma'am. I think we went out there and just to let court know, we went out there and repaired
Oh, you did on the road?
A driveway entrance coming in. And what we're doing is we're going back and we're gonna redo the whole full depth of that entrance and come in and put a brand new 2-course surface treatment on top of that entrance.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, you did.
You're on top of it, man. Very good.
So that's good. And again, I mean, having that kind of be our lesson learned, do you think it's best is that going to happen? Like, is it best to do more than what we did there? In other words,
Yes.
now that we see, hey, this really isn't going to hold up, can we maybe think about changing how we do it? It may cost more now, but it'll save more later.
Yes, ma'am. I think when we got the car, we were just trying to react to the car and making sure that they had a nice surface coming in. And kind of like going back to those photos, Connie, the ones about the road, our goal, Judge, and just kind of like I said here earlier, is that our goal is to do a full depth reconstruction of the roads from now on.
That's good. So
so that way we can have another approximately 7 to 12 years of road.
Right.
I mean, we still got to maintain them, but at least it'll give us another 7 years before we have to
Right.
go out and do something to them.
Right. That's what I like that I'm hearing, because I think the old way, it's proven that we're just seeing too much. It might have worked back then when there wasn't enough traffic, but now the traffic increase is so much higher. Our old ways is just, it doesn't pay dividends.
Yes, ma'am.
Not like this new way. And then
yes, ma'am.
finally, I'm not sure that you heard this earlier because it was early in the day, but we had a good question by Commissioner Modis, and I echoed on County Road 36.
Okay.
We wanted to make sure you heard what we asked Dragados.
Okay.
Is that we said, could you please consider having a collaboration meeting between the city of Robstown, Nueces County, Dragados, and Martin Marietta? So we'd like you to I would like you to take the lead on making sure that happens. We will take the lead on getting the letter, because we think that the letter is a signal to the company that we'd really like this to happen. But coordinating everybody, the idea is that we'd like to propose to them some equitable proportion to fix County Road 36. It does not going to do us any good right now to do it right, because they need it, right, for heavy haul. But in the future, County Road 36 has been ID'd as if there is a sore spot for me, it's County Road 36, and we got to fix it, so the planning starts now. And I don't know if you got to hear that, but you can go back and roll tape, listen to the very, very end of the presentation, and you'll hear our dialogue.
Yes, ma'am. I heard the.
You did.
Yes, ma'am.
So go ahead, Commissioner Mars, is that all right?
Yeah, and since they're in the business of concrete.
One would think.
You would think.
One would
It would
think.
not be asphalt, right? I think that's the least that we could ask from them because of the burden that is put on the residents. And once it's up and fixed, that's going to become a very busy road again. I know we've had detours and blocks because of the bridge and everything else that was going on, the small bridge on County Road 36. But I think that would be fair expectation from them to help us out with. And just so that we know that concrete's more valuable than asphalt. And it's not a very long stretch, right? It's just really,
Not very long at all.
it's taking care of their front door, and their front yard. It's where they are accessing those properties.
Yes, sir.
And then the several, the handful of houses that live on the east side of the road. So, the north side of the road. So, if you can help us with that.
I'll set up a meeting with David Flores with the city of Robstown, and then also
And
with,
Martin.
Martin Marietta.
And also Dragados.
Dragados.
Just to let everybody, Commissioner, I think this is something that Juan and Jerry and is already working on, almost on what you're talking about. County Road 26, 26A, we got involved, Haas, concrete, and they're going to help with that road up 26. 26A, they're going to help because they're the ones that actually drive on it most of the time. So, they agreed that we're going to. It's your road, but we drive through all the time. So I think they're going to help out. We're looking at an agreement right now where they're actually going to help us out with that. So it's it's something that Juan and them are already dealing with, trying to work with the companies. Haas, and the other one what's the other one?
One's Quality, and then the other one's Haas.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, and I think both of them are going to help with that road. So it's a good deal, and I appreciate y'all doing that and having Goldwyn also reach out to you guys and do it. But
So to have the successful meeting, because time is so valuable, I'm going to suggest that they're going to ask us, well, what is your request? And what is your plan? And so before the meeting, I would actually, just like we did for, off Calicote Road and the Epic, we actually had a plan. You have certain criteria that you ask for of any road that's new. And so we want to make sure that we go in there asking for, and what is our request? And so I'm going to go ahead and say, set the meeting, but give yourself a little wiggle room so you have time to actually make a preparation for the request.
Okay.
And because otherwise it's another meeting, they'll say, well, let me go take it, just that way when we meet, we're going to be meeting on the public policy pieces of it, but you already have a request in hand.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do
All
it.
right. Okay, thank you very much. This is presentation only, so we're going to move on.
Thank you.
The next one is purchasing, and Michael's got one IFB. It's C1, and it's 3188-21, motor oil and lubricants. And you'll let us know what your recommendation is.
Yes, Judge. So on this one, we received 2 bids, one from Suncoast Resources, Inc., and one from Argandeki Oil Company 2, Inc. We're recommending a split selection to both vendors. On this one, we spoke with Public Works, and as you see in the pricing breakdown, the items split out about 52% to 47% in terms of each vendor having the lowest price on a certain number of items. And so we're recommending award to both vendors. That will allow the county the most flexibility to get the cheapest price on a per item basis.
Okay, in that case, I'll make the motion to approve that split offer.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Okay, and
Michael?
I'll be coming back on probably May 11th with those contracts.
Sounds good. We'll move to the auditor. He's got four agenda items, 1 through 4 under D. It starts with the financial report from way back when, September of 21.
Yes, Your Honor, when this was printed, there was a few pages omitted, so I'd like to table the monthly financial report, hopefully till the 20th and not the 27th.
So moved.
So moved. I'm sorry, I meant to say second. Well, there's already, I'll take it the way you heard it, Kara. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. You've got a budget change order. It's number 10 for our fiscal year.
There's a few items on the request. There's 5 departments that are requesting some additional items to request. Majority of them are getting the items from other items within their department to cover this. Most of the for the constable, they're needing some maintenance repair of their equipment, and they're just taking it from some overtime and travel expenses. Same thing from the library. They're taking it from professional services. For our 3 buildings at the top, the mechanical maintenance, Keats Library, they're asking for additional money for either office supplies or other services, and they're taking those funds from the 1570, which is our building superintendent, including Precinct Yard 3. The funds are available for them. My staff and I looked over the request, and they are justifiable, and submit this for your approval.
All right. I'll motion to approve this budget change order number 10. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, we've got a budget change order number 107. This is capital.
Projects funds, and we have a few new projects. We'll go from the very top to the bottom. The first one is 1901, which most of your funds come from our general fund. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Grant match has been completed, so it's being reduced, and we're moving the funds back to Commissioner Precinct 1's commitment. The other funds are being the 4-yard building improvements, additional funds, and that's coming from Commissioner 2's funds. For your CO 2015, which is your 1919 department, you see a new department for County Road 18 drainage, as well as you see the other funds that are certainly there to move the money around from the Petronila Pond program from Commissioner Precinct 2. I believe that's correct. From 1921, which is our 2016 COs, we see there's 3 new projects. The old showbound ag statements, County Road 18, drainage, and the environmental enforcement officer vehicles are there. You see we're just reducing some funds from other funds. The majority is being coming from Precinct 3. On the final page, on page 2, you'll see we showing a 19 from 2019 COs, which is our balances. We're going from County Road 48 and County Road 22 are additional increases, but we're getting those monies from other projects that have been completed. These are the requests that we received for our capital projects. We submit this for your review and acceptance.
So moved.
A motion. Is there a second? Would that be a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, we also have some approval of payments that we received from the City County Public Health District.
These are the last.
Last of the.
Well, these are starting to get towards the end of the reports. Either there's some general operating expenses for the month of January, utilities expenses, office supply expenses. There are no salaries associated with these expenses, and we submit this for your review and approval.
Again,
right.
These are standard.
Standard expense, yes.
So moved.
All right, motion. Is there a second? Second,
Hey,
okay?
one more deal on number one. This, we tabled it for the 20th or 27th.
I would like you the 20th, I planned on bringing you the comprehensive annual financial report on the 27th. So I'd like this on the 20th because basically I would be repeating myself if I did them both the same day.
Got it. All right, so I've got that one for April
No more
20th.
extensions on this one?
No.
Okay.
For some reason, when we printed it, when it got down to the print shop, it was omitting the P-card transactions. We want to make sure everything's there.
All righty. And so we've got,
We didn't vote on this last one, I don't think.
Yeah, we didn't vote on it, right? What was the last one?
no, because he went back to number one.
Right, this one.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I saw her. Yes, Julie. There's a lot of discussion. Go ahead.
For number one,
Mike. Yes.
put table until April 20th.
20th, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Karen, you got to use your mic?
But I heard you.
I know, just so it's clear.
But it was just a clarification on the April 20th for the table on item D1. On the human resources, I do know, I just haven't had a chance, so I'll do it right now. Item number 1 is going to be tabled, and we've gotten some suggestions so that we could announce on timing, and I'll have Ida tell us again what those are. The timing I thought we had was 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. That's correct. And that is April 20th. Is that correct, Julie? Let's go over this again. The grants position interviews will be on what day and what time?
April 20th at 1 p.m. Or 1:30 p.m. Is that correct, Ida?
I'm still working on the time, Judge.
I don't know what you're saying.
Is that okay?
I don't understand what you're changing. No, I don't know what you're saying. I thought I agreed with everything.
Yeah, with the change, yeah, to 1:30, yeah.
Okay, so you want to do 1:30?
Instead of morning?
1:30 p.m.
I thought we were set for Wednesday.
For Wednesday, 1:30 to 3, probably after, because now we have to schedule the meeting
All
with
right.
the judges as well.
All right, so forgive me, I'm just going to, again, our schedules are, I got to make sure. So it's 1:30 p.m. on Wednesday, the 20th.
Correct.
All right,
And that's for,
let's go ahead and make that motion.
and that's for,
But wait, but we have a 5 o'clock, so is that separate? So we're
Yes.
having 2 meetings that
well,
day?
we can just do it all as one meeting and just continue it.
Well, no,
Okay.
but we were very specific of what we told the gambling group
5 o'clock.
here 2 weeks ago was 5.
Yeah. That's our
So
hard stop.
I just like for us to be able to plan a meeting, I don't care when it is, but to kind of be efficient about it, and just start at whatever time,
can't go
and have
over-
enough fill it
We can't go over 5.
up to 5, and know by 5's our drop,
Yep.
our drop time to start back up on the gambling. I don't see it be, I want to be efficient, right? I don't want to come have a meeting, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, then have a gap for an hour and a half, 2 hours, then we start up at 5 again. I just like for it to be set, know that our meeting starts at a particular time. If we got enough to fill it up, great, let's do it. That's all I'm saying.
What about the
Let's just
judges?
make
Yeah,
it
and that's
easier.
the question, because now they're requesting if we can change the time to 10 or 11 p.m. instead of
You
3
mean
o'clock.
AM.
On what
AM,
day?
I'm sorry.
I cannot.
See, I can't, I mean,
I
that's,
can't do that.
that's, yeah.
Or Tuesday.
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, we came up with our schedule. All they asked us to do was give them what all works for all 5 of us.
Well, can we just do the grants? I'm trying to keep us focused. Give me just 1 second. So on the grants, 1:30 p.m., this is for the clerk, 1:30 p.m. on Wednesday, the 20th, approximately 2 hours long, and let's at least get that piece set. So that's the motion to table this item until till the time and date I just stated. And is there a second for that?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now let's talk about
Or
the,
or if the judges would rather have it at 1:30, Judge, then I'm okay with moving the PIOs the grants to 3. So, but I can't, I'm like John, I can't piecemeal my day. I've
well,
got
I
stuff
think,
I've
I
already had
think
to
the
move.
judges said no to that.
No.
So she'll have to work on that. They will have to work on that. But let me get finished with Julie. The next one is the PIO, and the suggestion that I received from IDA was the 27th.
I think we did that one, didn't we?
But
Did we
again,
not
but
do
this is the actual
I'm sorry.
agenda item.
So yes, if we need to do that, then I would move to table the PIO till the 27th.
Thank you.
At 1
And that's-
p.m.
And I'll,
1
at 1 p.m., and I'll second that. Okay? And that's item 2, Kara. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, the judges is a different a matter, and give us some time to recuperate from what they need and what we can do, and we'll come back to you. The next item is for Julie, and it's reinstating a budget for Constable Precinct 2. It's a budgeted car allowance, and that it be effective date March 31st. And it was there, and then we didn't need it, and now we do need it.
That's correct.
So it's not a new, we just hadn't used it before. It was in our budget always.
I spoke to Constable just recently, and he's online.
Great.
He said he would discuss his item. But what had happened was, one of his vehicles that his deputies uses was sideswiped, and so it's out of commission. So the constable has given his car to his deputy, and so the constable is now going to take his car allowance.
Okay, it's pretty straightforward, and I'll make that motion. Is there a second? Then we'll hear from the constable.
Second.
Second. Okay, welcome, Constable. Did Julie portray that correctly?
Yes, Judge, she did. What happened was one of the deputies was making a left-hand turn underneath the SPID, and a silver BMW hit his driver's side door, bent the uniframe, and deployed every airbag. The deputy suffered very minor injuries, broke his glasses, but wasn't able to pursue the BMW. So
Okay.
that car is now out of commission. So since he drives all the time and I just drive back and forth to work, and just various things that I do with the community and outreach and stuff like that, I just decided to use my own vehicle.
Got it. So it seems, Court, that this is necessary. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, Constable, we got that working through the process now.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Julie. There's one more item, but it'll be taken up in executive session, and that is item number 4, to fill the position of ME. And so we will do that momentarily. I don't see anything else at this time. It's a good time to go into executive session, and I am giving notice at 12:55 p.m. that we are electing to go into executive session, and we do so with provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and in accordance with the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, Section 551, 071, 072, 073, 74, 075, 86, and 87. And we do so to hold this executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters relating to litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, termination, county advisory bodies, economic development negotiations, and any other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, Commissioners Court may in open session take such action as appropriate on items discussed in executive session. So again, we'll ask everybody to clear the courtroom if you don't need to be here, and we will contact the clerk as soon as we can. Don't expect it to be uber long. And Connie, take us off our, we'll ask Mr. Flato to stay on, and I'll take him first. We're going to come back at 2:02. I'll slow down, I promise here. I'm just determined that we're going to finish here quickly. But we do have a few items to take up from executive session. And the first, just to remind everybody, A, B were postponed, and we've already announced those postponements as to time. Item C was just information only, but on item D, we do have a motion. Commissioner Chesney, you have a motion, perhaps.
Yes, ma'am. On item D, the motion would be to accept the offer made by the City of Port Aransas on the price for the Allister Street property, with the county attorney putting the appropriate language in the deed in regards to that piece of property for $925,000.
Okay, and I'll second that. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. On item E, is there a motion regarding the settlement demand on the personal injury claim of,
Judge, just make a motion for the.
it must be a
county attorney
minor, so we have ARH.
to continue negotiations.
All right, there's a motion to continue negotiations. I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, item F was consultation only. And then item G, we have an important, a motion for item G, and that is a motion that I can make, and it is to appoint, to offer for the appointment of Chief Medical Examiner for Dr. Fagan. And the compensation package shall be for a base salary of $350,000 plus benefits, including a expense, I believe, of $10,000 for travel and / moving expense, as well as the commission that, upon commission approval, any of the other out of county, subject to the interlocal agreement, compensation shall be awarded. And so I heard the second really on my right, Commissioner, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And we will make certain that we bring this back as soon as we can get his answer. Remember, for those of you listening, this is our offer, and we hope to have his acceptance very soon. With that, that concludes our executive session items. Next, we have adjournments, but I do want to check before I go there from the clerk's perspective. I think we've got everything taken care of.
Aye.
Okay, hold on. Kara, tell me what.
Your pulled eye, let me see your pulled eye to discuss
Oh,
it?
no, so it wound up getting approved as far as the consent agenda.
No, actually, the way the consent agenda was worded, and I have the exact same wording on mine. It was,
We accidentally omitted
yeah,
it?
you did approve
No
A through
worries.
F, H,
No
and then J
worries.
through O.
Okay, so
You don't
no
need to
worries.
I.
Thanks for the cleanup. We'll go ahead and approve I, which is the adopting of the resolution in support of the application for the Indigent Defense Improvement Grant Program. And as Natalie told us, this was something already in place. I'll make that motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now let's go to adjournments in memory, and I'll call upon Commissioner Chesney.
I don't have any, Judge.
Oh, Commissioner Amatis.
Yes, Judge, thank you. I only have one to share today. It is for Olga Valls. She passed away this past Sunday. She's mother to John Balls. John, very active in the community, and Executive Director, Robstown Area Development Corporation. She was called home by a sudden illness. She was 81 years old. She never met a stranger, and so if you've met John, I think you know where he gets that from. Mrs. Valls and her husband recently celebrated their 64th wedding anniversary. And so that was, they were celebrating that over the weekend. And services will be held next week, I believe next Wednesday and Thursday. Rosary on Wednesday, and I believe funeral on Thursday. So that's all the information I had, but I did want to share that. Like I said, John, very active in the community and very close to his family, and I know that this sudden illness and her untimely death really took him and the entire family by surprise. So just wanted to share that, and my thoughts and prayers are with him and his father and family with her passing.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez wanted to echo.
Yeah, I just want to say, our prayers and condolences for the Valls family. You know, John's mom was very open person, very lovable person. Her and her husband loved to go to go to gambling on the buses. We used to put some buses together, and they're one of the first to sign up to go gamble, and that was one of the things I look forward to a lot. And that was one of their biggest pastimes. And John, I know, was very, very close to both of his parents, and just wanted to let John know that we are here for him, we're praying for him, and we'll continue to pray and for the family, and that his mom will rest in peace. In the name we pray, amen.
Thank you. Also, condolences go out to the family of Steve and Monica Barrera on the loss of their mom, Olivia Vasquez Barrera. She passed away peacefully, surrounded by her loving family on March 20th at the age of 78. And she was originally from New Gulf, Texas. She was a devoted wife, mother, grandmother, sister, and friend to many, and she is now resting in peace. She was a humble servant of God and instilled the values of serving, caring, and unconditional love for others. This beautiful legacy of love that she instilled in the hearts of many will live on for generations to come. And she had numerous grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And I just wanted to express our condolences for not only the Valls family, but also for the Barrera family today on the loss of these two great moms, and wishing them a peace and beautiful memories to take with them. I don't have any more adjournments in memory, and hearing none other, we do stand adjourned and see everybody back on Tuesday. For the clerk, it's 2:10 p.m. 2:10 p.m.